Section 18 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 1. Narrative of a Voyage to the Upper Mississippi by Father Louis Hennepin. Narrative of the Voyage to the Upper Mississippi by Father Louis Hennepin, from his Description de l'Océan, printed at Paris in 1683. We set out from Fort Crèvecoeur on the 29th of February, 1680, and toward evening, while descending the Seignelay, Illinois, we met on the way several parties of Illinois, returning to their village in their periguas or gondolas loaded with meat. Footnote: we have retained Hennepin's orthography of proper names throughout this narrative. End footnote. They would have obliged us to return. Our two boatmen were even shaken, but as they would have had to pass by Fort Crèvecoeur, where our Frenchmen would have stopped them, we pursued our way the next day, and my two men afterward confessed the design which they had entertained. Footnote: Hennepin's party, according to his account, consisted of himself and two men, Anthony Arguel, commonly called the Picard du Guy, and Michael Acco. The latter was entrusted by La Salle with the goods, and is probably the Sieur Dacan of some other writers, as Mr. Sparks informs me that he saw manuscripts in which it was written Dachau. Hennepin, in the preface to the first part of the English volume, charges La Salle with having maliciously caused the death of one of his two companions, meaning Acco, as he represents the other to be alive. End footnote. The river Seignelay, on which we were sailing, is as deep and broad as the Seine at Paris, and in 2 or 3 places widens out to 1/4 of a league. It is lined with hills whose sides are covered with fine large trees. Some of these hills are half a league apart, leaving between them a marshy strip, often inundated, especially in the spring and fall, but producing, nevertheless, quite large trees. On ascending these hills, you discover prairies further than the eye can reach, studded at intervals with groves of tall trees, apparently planted there intentionally. The current of the river is not perceptible, except in time of great rains. It is at all times navigable for large barks about 100 leagues from its mouth to the Illinois village, whence its course almost always runs south by southwest. On the 7th of March, we found, about 2 leagues from its mouth, a nation called Tamaroa, or Maroa, composed of 200 families. They would have taken us to their village west of the river Colbert (Mississippi), 6 or 7 leagues below the mouth of the river Seignelay. But our two canoemen, in hopes of still greater gain, preferred to pass on, according to the advice I then gave them. These last Indians, seeing that we carried iron and arms to their enemies, and unable to overtake us in their periaguas, which are wooden canoes much heavier than our bark ones, which went much faster than their boats, despatched their young men after us by land to pierce us with their arrows at some narrow part of the river, but in vain, for soon after discovering the fire made by these warriors at their ambuscade, we crossed the river at once, and gaining the other side, camped in an island, leaving our canoe loaded, and our little dog to wake so as to embark with all speed, should the Indians attempt to surprise us by swimming across. Soon after leaving these Indians, we came to the mouth of the river Seignelay, 50 leagues distant from Fort Crèvecoeur, and about 100 from the great Illinois village. It is between 36 degrees and 37 degrees north latitude, and consequently 120 or 30 leagues from the Gulf of Mexico. In the angle formed on the south by this river at its mouth is a flat precipitous rock about 40 feet high, very well suited for building a fort. On the northern side, opposite the rock, and on the west side beyond the river, are fields of black earth, the end of which you cannot see, all ready for cultivation, which would be very advantageous for the existence of a colony. The ice which floated down from the north kept us in this place till the 12th of March, when we continued our route, traversing the river and sounding on all sides to see whether it was navigable. There are, indeed, 3 islets in the middle, near the mouth of the river Seignelay, which stop the floating wood and trees from the north, and form several large sandbars. Yet the channels are deep enough, and there is sufficient water for barks. Large flatboats can pass there at all times. The river Colbert runs south-southwest, and comes from the north and northwest. It runs between 2 chains of mountains, quite small here, which wind with the river, and in some places are pretty far from the banks, so that between the mountains and the river there are large prairies, where you often see herds of wild cattle browsing. In other places these eminences leave semicircular spots covered with grass or wood. Beyond these mountains you discover vast plains, but the more we approached the northern side ascending, the earth became apparently less fertile, and the woods less beautiful than in the Illinois country. This great river is almost everywhere a short league in width, and in some places 2 or 3. It is divided by a number of islands, covered with trees, interlaced with so many vines as to be almost impassable. It receives no considerable river on the western side except that of the Otontenta, and another, St. Peter's, which comes from the west-northwest, 7 or 8 leagues from St. Anthony of Padua's Falls. Footnote 1. This would seem the Des Moines, the largest south of St. Peter's, but the Iowa is not much inferior, and would better suit his description, as being near halfway between the Illinois and Lake Pepin. The name, too, would induce us to put it higher, as he doubtless means the tribe called by Membres Otontantas, and by Marquette on his map, Otontanta, the same as the former, if U and N are transposed. End footnote. Footnote 2. The St. Peter's River flows through the center of the Sioux territories, and is a magnificent river. It was visited by Le Sueur, the French geologist, as early as 1688, and is very correctly described by him. It is remarkable for its mineral deposits, and the variety of clays found on its banks, which are employed by the Indians in painting their faces and bodies. Its waters are transparent, hence the Indian name of Wate Pa Mene Sote, or Clear Water River. The Minocantanga, or people of the waters, are located about its mouth, and the Yengetonga and the Sisitonga inhabit the upper part of it. Their principal traffic is in buffalo robes. The numerical strength of the Sioux nation is now estimated at about 22,000. End footnote. On the eastern side you meet first an inconsiderable river, Rock River, and then further on another, called by the Indians Onisconsin, or Misconsin, which comes from the east and east-northeast. 60 leagues up you leave it, and make a portage of half a league to reach the Bay of the Fetid, Puance, by another river, which, near its course, meanders most curiously. It is almost as large as the river Seignelay or Illinois, and empties into the river Colbert 100 leagues above the river Seignelay. Footnote: it must have been just here that he was taken by the Sioux, if he sailed up the Mississippi before his capture, for he had gone 200 leagues after leaving the Illinois, who were 100 leagues from the mouth of their river, and the other 100 would bring him to the Wisconsin, though if he counts the 100 on the Illinois from the village proper, and not from the camp, we must go 30 leagues further above Black River. But if captured here, how could it have taken the Indians, rowing from morning till night, 19 days to reach St. Anthony's Falls? End footnote. 24 leagues above you come to the Black River, called by the Nadouessians, or Islate Shabadeba, or Chabandeba. It seems quite inconsiderable. 30 leagues higher up you find the Lake of Tears, Lake Pepin, which we so named because some of the Indians who had taken us, wishing to kill us, wept the whole night to induce the others to consent to our death. This lake, which is formed by the river Colbert, is 7 leagues long and about 4 wide. There is no considerable current in the middle that we could perceive, but only at its entrance and exit. Footnote: this beautiful sheet of water is an expansion of the Mississippi River, 6 miles below the Sioux village of Talangamane, and 100 below the falls of St. Anthony. It is indented with several bays and prominent points which serve to enhance the beauty of its scenery. A few miles below this lake, on the west bank of the Mississippi, are the remains of one of the most interesting and extensive of those ancient circumvallations which are spread over the valley of the Mississippi. It was first described by Carver in 1768. End footnote. Half a league below the Lake of Tears, on the south side, is Buffalo River, full of turtles. It is so called by the Indians on account of the numbers of buffalo, bœufs, found there. We followed it for 10 or 12 leagues. It empties impetuously into the river Colbert, but as you ascend it, it is constantly calm and free from rapids. It is skirted by mountains, far enough off at times to form prairies. The mouth is wooded both sides, and is full as large as that of the Seignelay. 40 leagues above is a river full of rapids, St. Croix, by which, striking northwest, you can reach Lake Conde Superior, that is as far as Nimissaquat River, which empties into the lake. Footnote: this is probably the St. Louis, which, on the map of the Jesuit relation of 1670-71, is marked as the way to the Sioux, 60 leagues west, being nearly the distance here given by Hennepin between Mille Lacs and Lake Superior. End footnote. The first river is called the Tomb River, because the Issati left there the body of one of their warriors killed by a rattlesnake. According to their custom, I put a blanket on the grave, which act of humanity gained me much importance by the gratitude displayed by the deceased's countrymen in a great banquet which they gave me in their country, and to which more than 100 Indians were invited. Continuing to ascend the Colbert 10 or 12 leagues more, the navigation is interrupted by a fall, which I called St. Anthony of Padua's. in gratitude for the favors done me by the Almighty through the intercession of that great saint, whom we had chosen patron and protector of all our enterprises. This fall is 40 or 50 feet high, divided in the middle by a rocky island of pyramidal form. Footnote. These celebrated falls, now no longer beyond the pale of civilization, have been much better described by modern travelers. Schoolcraft places them 14 miles below the confluence of the Mississaugagon, or Rum River. The village of St. Anthony, with its schools and its churches, now occupies the east bank of the river at the head of the cataract. The scenery is picturesque and beautiful, but presents none of that majesty and grandeur which belong to the cataract of Niagara. The Indian name of these falls in the Sioux language is Owamena, or the falling water. End footnote. The high mountains which skirt the river Colbert last only as far as the river Onisconsin, about 120 leagues. At this place it begins to flow from the west and northwest, without our having been able to learn from the Indians, who have ascended it very far, where it rises. They merely told us that 20 or 30 leagues below, Dessous, there is a second fall, at the foot of which are some villages of the prairie people, called Thinthonha, who live there a part of the year. 8 leagues above St. Anthony of Padua's Falls, on the right, you find the Issati or Naducion River, Rum River, with a very narrow mouth, which you can ascend to the north for about 70 leagues to Lake Baoud or Issati, Mill Lake, where it rises. We called this St. Francis River. This last lake spreads out into great marshes, producing wild rice, like many other places down to the extremity of the Bay of the Fetid. This kind of grain grows wild in marshy places. It resembles oats, but tastes better, and the stems are longer as well as the stalk. The Indians gather it when ripe. The women tie several stalks together with white wood bark to prevent its being all devoured by the flocks of duck and teal found there. The Indians lay in a stock for part of the year to eat out of the hunting season. Lake Baudet, or Lake of the Issati, Mill Lake, is about 70 leagues west of Lake Conde. It is impossible to go from one to the other on account of the marshy and quaggy nature of the ground. You might go, though with difficulty, on the snow in snowshoes. By water it is 150 leagues, on account of the many detours to be made, and there are many portages. From Lake Conde to go conveniently in canoe, you must pass by Tomb River, where we found only the bones of the Indian whom I mentioned above, the bears having eaten the flesh, and pulled up poles which the deceased relatives had planted in form of a monument. One of our boatmen found a war calumet beside the grave, and an earthen pot upset, in which the Indians had left fat buffalo meat, to assist the departed, as they say, in making his journey to the land of souls. In the neighborhood of Lake Baudet are many other lakes, whence issue several rivers, on the banks of which live the Issati, Nadouessans, Tintonha, which means prairie men, Chongaskethon, dog or wolf tribe, for Changa among these nations means dog or wolf, and other tribes, all which we comprise under the name Nadonation. These Indians number 8,000 or 9,000 warriors, very brave, great runners, and very good bowmen. It was by a part of these tribes that I and our 2 canoemen were taken in the following way. We scrupulously said our morning and evening prayers every day on embarking, and the Angelus at noon, adding some paraphrases on the response of Saint Bonaventure in honor of Saint Anthony of Padua. In this way we begged of God to meet these Indians by day, for when they discover people at night, they kill them as enemies, to rob those whom they murder secretly of some axes or knives which they value more than we do gold and silver. They even kill their own allies when they can conceal their death, so as afterward to boast of having killed men, and so pass for soldiers. We had considered the river Colbert with great pleasure, and without hindrance, to know whether it was navigable up and down. We were loaded with 7 or 8 large turkeys, which multiply of themselves in these parts. We wanted neither buffalo nor deer, nor beaver, nor fish, nor bear meat, for we killed those animals as they swam across the river. Our prayers were heard when, on the 11th of April, 1680, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we suddenly perceived 33 bark canoes, manned by 120 Indians, coming down with extraordinary speed to make war on the Miamis, Illinois, and Maroa. These Indians surrounded us, and while at a distance, discharged some arrows at us, but as they approached our canoe, the old men, seeing us with the calumet of peace in our hands, prevented the young men from killing us. These brutal men, leaping from their canoes, some on land, others into the water, with frightful cries and yells, approached us, and as we made no resistance, being only 3 against so great a number, one of them wrenched our calumet from our hands, while our canoe and theirs were tied to the shore. We first presented them a piece of French tobacco, better for smoking than theirs, and the eldest among them uttered the words, Miamiha, Miamiha. As we did not understand their language, we took a little stick, and by signs which we made on the sand, showed them that their enemies, the Miamis, whom they sought, had fled across the river Colbert to join the Illinois. When they saw themselves discovered and unable to surprise their enemies, 3 or 4 old men, laying their hands upon my head, wept in a lugubrious tone. With the wretched handkerchief I had left, I wiped away their tears, but they would not smoke our peace calumet. They made us cross the river with great cries, which all shouted together with tears in their eyes. They made us row before them, and we heard yells capable of striking the most resolute with terror. After landing our canoe and goods, part of which had been already taken, we made a fire to boil our kettle. We gave them 2 large wild turkeys that we had killed. These Indians, having called an assembly to deliberate what they were to do with us, the 2 head chiefs of the party approaching, showed us, by signs, that the warriors wished to tomahawk us. This compelled me to go to the war chiefs with one of my men, leaving the other by our property, and throw into their midst 6 axes, 15 knives, and 6 fathom of our black tobacco. Then, bowing down my head, I showed them with an axe that they might kill us if they thought proper. This present appeased many individual members, who gave us some beaver to eat, putting the 3 first morsels in our mouth according to the custom of the country, and blowing on the meat, which was too hot, before putting their bark dish before us, to let us eat as we liked. We spent the night in anxiety, because before returning at night, they had returned to us our peace calumet. Our 2 boatmen were, however, resolved to sell their lives dearly, and to resist if attacked. Their arms and swords were ready. As for my own part, I determined to allow myself to be killed without any resistance, as I was going to announce to them a God, who had been falsely accused, unjustly condemned, and cruelly crucified, without showing the least aversion to those who put him to death. We watched in turn in our anxiety, so as not to be surprised asleep. In the morning, April 12th, one of their captains, named Naribtoba, with his face and bare body smeared with paint, asked me for our peace calumet, filled it with tobacco of his country, made all his band smoke first, and then all the others who plotted our ruin. He then gave us to understand that we must go with them to their country, and they all turned back with us. Having thus broken off their voyage, I was not sorry in this conjecture to continue our discovery with these people. But my greatest trouble was that I found it difficult to say my office before these Indians. Many seeing me move my lips said, in a fierce tone, "Wakanche," and as we did not know a word of their language, we believed that they were angry at it. Michael Ako, all out of countenance, told me that if I continued to say my breviary, we should all 3 be killed, and the Picard begged me at least to pray apart, so as not to provoke them. I followed the latter's advice, but the more I concealed myself, the more I had the Indians at my heels. For when I entered the wood, they thought I was going to hide some goods underground, so that I knew not on what side to turn to pray, for they never let me out of sight. This obliged me to beg pardon of my 2 canoemen, assuring them that I could not dispense with saying my office, that if we were massacred for that, I would be the innocent cause of their death, as well as of my own. By the word Wakanche, the Indians meant that the book I was reading was a spirit, but by their gesture they nevertheless showed a kind of aversion, so that to accustom them to it, I chanted the litany of the Blessed Virgin in the canoe with my book open. They thought that the breviary was a spirit, which taught me to sing for their diversion, for these people are naturally fond of singing. The outrages done us by these Indians during our whole route was incredible, for seeing that our canoe was much larger and more heavily laden than theirs, for they have only a quiver full of arrows, a bow, and a wretched dressed skin to serve too as a blanket at night, for it was still pretty cold at that season, always going north, and that we could not go faster than they put some warriors with us to help us row, to oblige us to follow them. These Indians sometimes make 30 or 40 leagues, when at war and pressed for time, or anxious to surprise some enemy. Those who had taken us were of various villages and of different opinions as to us. We cabined every night by the young chief who had asked for our peace calumet, and put ourselves under his protection, but jealousy arose among these Indians, so that the chief of the party, named Akipaketin, one of whose sons had been killed by the Miamis, seeing that he could not avenge his death on that nation as he had wished, turned all his rage on us. He wept through almost every night him he had lost at war, to oblige those who had come out to avenge him, to kill us and seize all we had, so as to be able to pursue his enemies, but those who liked European goods were much disposed to preserve us, so as to attract other Frenchmen there and get iron, which is extremely precious in their eyes, but of which they knew the great utility. Only when they saw one of our French boatmen kill 3 or 4 bustards or turkeys at a single shot, while they can scarcely kill only one with an arrow. In consequence, as we afterward learned, that the words manza wokanchi mean iron that has understanding, and so these nations call a gun which breaks a man's bones, while their arrows only glance through the flesh they pierce, rarely breaking the bone of those whom they strike, and consequently producing wounds more easily cured than those made by our European guns, which often cripple those whom they wound. We had some design of going to the mouth of the river Colbert, which more probably empties into the Gulf of Mexico than into the Red Sea, but the tribes that seized us gave us no time to sail up and down the river. We had made about 200 leagues by water since leaving the Illinois, and we sailed with the Indians who took us during some 19 days, sometimes north, sometimes northwest, according to the direction which the river took. By the estimate which we formed during that time, depuis ce temps-là, we made about 250 leagues, or even more on Colbert River, for these Indians row in great force, from early in the morning till evening, scarcely stopping to eat during the day. To oblige us to keep up with them, they gave us every day 4 or 5 men to increase the crew of our little vessel, which was much heavier than theirs. Sometimes we cabined when it rained, and when the weather was not bad, we slept on the ground without any shelter. This gave us all time to contemplate the stars and the moon, when it shone. Notwithstanding the fatigue of the day, the youngest of these Indian warriors danced the calumet to 4 or 5 of their chiefs till midnight, and the chief to whom they went sent a warrior of his family in due ceremony to those who sang, to let them in turn smoke his war calumet, which is distinguished from the peace calumet by different feathers. The end of this kind of pandemonium was terminated every day by 2 of the youngest of those who had relations killed in war. They took several arrows which they presented by the points all crossed to the chiefs, weeping bitterly. They gave them to kiss. Notwithstanding the force of their yelling, the fatigue of the day, the watching by night, the old men almost all awoke at daybreak for fear of being surprised by their enemies. As soon as dawn appeared, one of them gave the cry, and in an instant all the warriors entered their bark canoes, some passing around the islands in the river to kill some beasts, while the most alert went by land to discover whether any enemy's fire was to be seen. It was their custom always to take post on the point of some island for safety's sake, as their enemies have only periaguas, wooden canoes, which cannot go as fast as they do, on account of their weight. Only northern tribes have birch to make bark canoes. The southern tribes, who have not that kind of tree, are deprived of this great convenience, which wonderfully facilitates the northern Indians in going from lake to lake, and by all rivers to attack their enemies, and even when discovered, they are safe if they can get into their canoes, for those who pursue them by land, or in periaguas, cannot attack or pursue them quickly enough. During one of these 19 days of painful navigation, the chief of the party, by name Akipagetin, resolved to halt about noon in a large prairie. Having killed a very fat bear, he gave a feast to the chief men, and after the repast, all the warriors began to dance. Their faces, and especially their bodies, were marked with various colors, each being distinguished by the figure of different animals, according to his particular taste or inclination, some having their hair short and full of bear oil, with white and red feathers; others besprinkled their heads with the down of birds which adhered to the oil. All danced with their arms akimbo, and struck the ground with their feet so stoutly as to leave the imprint visible. While a son, master of ceremonies, gave each in turn the war calumet to smoke, he wept bitterly. The father, in a doleful voice, broke with sighs and sobs, with his whole body bathed in tears, sometimes addressed the warriors, sometimes came to me and put his hands on my head, doing the same to our two Frenchmen. Sometimes he raised his eyes to heaven, and often uttered the word Louis, which means son, complaining to that great luminary of the death of his son. As far as we could conjecture, this ceremony tended only to our destruction. In fact, the course of time showed us that this Indian had often aimed at our life, but seeing the opposition made by the other chiefs who prevented it, he made us embark again, and employed other trickery to get by degrees the goods of our canoemen, not daring to take them openly, as he might have done, for fear of being accused by his own people of cowardice, which the bravest hold in horror. This wily savage had the bones of some important deceased relative, which he preserved with great care in some skins, dressed and adorned with several rows of black and red porcupine quills. From time to time he assembled his men to give it a smoke, and made us come several days in succession to cover the deceased's bones with goods, and by a present wipe away the tears he had shed for him, and for his own son, killed by the Miamis. To appease this captious man, we threw on the bones several fathoms of French tobacco, axes, knives, beads, and some black and white wampum bracelets. In this way the Indian stripped us under pretexts which we could not reproach him with, as he declared that what he asked was only for the deceased, and to give the warriors. In fact, he distributed among them all that we gave him. By these feints he made us believe that being a chief he took nothing for himself, but what we gave him of our own accord. We slept at the point of the Lake of Tears, which we so called from the tears which this chief shed all night long, or by one of his sons, whom he caused to weep when tired himself, in order to excite his warriors to compassion, and oblige them to kill us and pursue their enemies to avenge his son's death. End of section 18. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Section 19 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 2. Narrative of a Voyage to the Upper Mississippi by Father Louis Hennepin. These Indians at times sent their fleetest by land to chase the buffalo on the water side. As these animals crossed the river, they sometimes killed 40 or 50, merely to take the tongue and most delicate morsels, leaving the rest with which they would not burden themselves, so as to go on more rapidly. We sometimes indeed eat good pieces, but without bread, wine, salt, or other seasoning. During our 3 years' travels, we had lived in the same way, sometimes in plenty, at others compelled to pass 24 hours, and often more, without eating, because in these little bark canoes you cannot take much of a load, and with every precaution you are, for most part of the time, deprived of all necessaries of life. If a religious in Europe underwent many hardships and labors and abstinences like those we were often obliged to suffer in America, no other proof would be needed for his canonization. It is true that we do not always merit in such cases, and suffer only because we cannot help it. During the night some old men came to weep piteously, often rubbing our arms and whole bodies with their hands, which they then put on our head. Besides being hindered from sleeping by these tears, I often did not know what to think, nor whether these Indians wept because some of their warriors would have killed us, or out of pure compassion at the ill treatment shown us. On another occasion, Akipaketin relapsed into his bad humor. He had so gained most of the warriors that one day, when we were unable to encamp near our protector, Naritoba, we were obliged to go to the very end of the camp, the Indians declaring that this chief insisted positively on killing us. We accordingly drew from a box 20 knives and some tobacco, which we angrily flung down amid the malcontents. The wretch, regarding all his soldiers one after another, hesitated, asking their advice either to refuse or take our present, and as we bowed our head and presented him with an axe to kill us, the young chief, who was really or pretendedly our protector, took us by the arm, and all in fury led us to his cabin. One of his brothers, taking some arrows, broke them all in our presence, showing us by this action that he prevented their killing us. The next day they left us alone in our canoe, without putting in any Indians to help us, as they usually did. All remained behind us. After 4 or 5 leagues' sail, another chief came to us, made us disembark, and pulling up 3 little piles of grass, made us sit down. He then took a piece of cedar full of little round holes, in one of which he put a stick, which he spun round between his 2 palms, and in this way made fire to light the tobacco in his great calumet. After weeping some time and putting his hands on my head, he gave me his piece calumet to smoke, and showed us that we should be in his country in 6 days. Having arrived on the 19th day of our navigation, 5 leagues below St. Anthony's Falls, these Indians landed us in a bay, and assembled to deliberate about us. They distributed us separately, and gave us to 3 heads of families in place of 3 of their children who had been killed in war. They first seized all our property, and broke our canoe to pieces, for fear that we should return to their enemies. Their own they hid in some alders to use when going to hunt, and though we might easily have reached their country by water, they compelled us to go 60 leagues by land, forcing us to march from daybreak to 2 hours after nightfall, and to swim over many rivers, while these Indians, who are often of extraordinary height, carried our habit on their head, and our 2 boatmen, who were smaller than myself, on their shoulders, because they could not swim as I could. On leaving the water, which was often full of sharp ice, I could scarcely stand. Our legs were all bloody from the ice, which we broke as we advanced in lakes which we forded, and as we eat only once in 24 hours some pieces of meat which these barbarians grudgingly gave us, I was so weak that I often lay down on the way, resolved to die there rather than follow these Indians, who marched on and continued their route with a celerity which surpasses the power of the Europeans. To oblige us to hasten on, they often set fire to the grass of the prairies where we were passing, so that we had to advance or burn. I had then a hat which I reserved to shield me from the burning rays of the sun in summer, but I often dropped it in the flames which we were obliged to cross. As we approached their village, they divided among them all the merchandise of our 2 canoemen, and were near killing each other for our roll of French tobacco, which is very precious to these tribes, and more esteemed than gold among Europeans. The more humane showed by signs that they would give many beaver skins for what they took. The reason of the violence was, that this party was made up from two different tribes, the more distant of whom, fearing lest the others should retain all the goods in the first villages which they would have to pass, wished to take their share in advance. In fact, some time after they offered peltries in part payment, but our boatmen would not receive them, until they gave the full value of all that had been taken. And in course of time, I have no doubt they will give entire satisfaction to the French, whom they will endeavor to draw among them to carry on trade. These savages also took our brocade chasuble, and all the articles of our portable chapel, except the chalice, which they durst not touch, foreseeing that glittering silver gilt, they closed their eyes, saying that it was a spirit which would kill them. They also broke a little box with lock and key, after telling me that if I did not break the lock, they would do so themselves with sharp stones. The reason of this violence was that from time to time on the route, they could not open the box to examine what was inside, having no idea of locks and keys. Besides, they did not care to carry the box, but only the goods which were inside, and which they thought considerable, but they found only books and papers. After 5 days' march by land, suffering hunger, thirst, and outrages, marching all day long without rest, fording lakes and rivers, we descried a number of women and children coming to meet our little army. All the elders of this nation assembled on our account, and as we saw cabins and bundles of straw hanging from the posts of them, to which these savages bind those whom they take as slaves and burn them, and seeing that they made the Picard du Gay sing as he held and shook a gourd full of little round pebbles, while his hair and face were filled with paint of different colors, and a tuft of white feathers attached to his head by the Indians, we not unreasonably thought that they wished to kill us, as they performed many ceremonies usually practiced when they intend to burn their enemies. The worst of it was, too, that not one of us three could make himself understood by these Indians. Nevertheless, after many vows which every Christian would make in such straits, one of the principal Isiati chiefs gave us his peace calumet to smoke, and accepted the one we had brought. He then gave us some wild rice to eat, presenting it to us in large bark dishes, which the Indian women had seasoned with whortleberries, which are black grains which they dry in the sun in summer, and are as good as currants. After this feast, the best we had had for 7 or 8 days, the heads of families who had adopted us, instead of their sons killed in war, conducted us separately, each to his village, marching through marshes knee-deep in water for a league, after which the 5 wives of the one who called me Michinchi, that is to say, his son, received us in 3 bark canoes, and took us a short league from our starting place to an island where their cabins were. On our arrival, which was about Easter, April 21st, 1680, one of these Indians, who seemed to me decrepit, gave me a large calumet to smoke, and weeping bitterly, rubbed my head and arms, showing his companion at seeing me so fatigued that 2 men were often obliged to give me their hands to help me to stand up. There was a bearskin near the fire, on which he rubbed my legs and the soles of my feet with wildcat oil. Footnote: this is somewhat vague. Easter Sunday in 1680 fell on the 21st of April. He was taken on the 11th of April, traveled 19 days in canoe, and 5 by land, which brings him to the 5th of May. He perceived this afterward, and in the English edition he says that he arrived some time in May, but he there falls into a worse error by putting Easter back to the 23rd of March. Aquipaguetin's son, who called me his brother, paraded about with our brocade chasuble on his bare back, having rolled up in it some dead man's bones, for whom these people had a great veneration. The priest's girdle, made of red and white wool, with 2 tassels at the end, served him for suspenders, carrying thus in triumph what he called Père Louis Chenien, which means the robe of him who is called the sun. After these Indians had used this chasuble to cover the bones of their dead, they presented it to some of their allies, tribes situated about 500 leagues west of their country, who had sent them an embassy and danced the calumet. The day after our arrival, Aquipaguetin, who was the head of a large family, covered me with a robe made of 10 large dressed beaver skins, trimmed with porcupine quills. This Indian showed me 5 or 6 of his wives, telling them, as I afterward learned, that they should in future regard me as one of their children. He set before me a bark dish full of fish, and ordered all those assembled that each should call me by the name I was to have in the rank of our near relationship, and seeing that I could not rise from the ground, but by the help of 2 others, he had a sweating cabin made, in which he made me enter naked with 4 Indians. This cabin he covered with buffalo skins, and inside he put stones red to the middle. He made me a sign to do as the others before beginning to sweat, but I merely concealed my nakedness with a handkerchief. As soon as these Indians had several times breathed out quite violently, he began to sing in a thundering voice. The others seconded him, all putting their hands on me and rubbing me, while they wept bitterly. I began to faint, but I came out, and could scarcely take my habit to put on. When he had made me sweat thus 3 times a week, I felt as strong as ever. I often spent sad hours among these savages, for besides their only giving me a little wild rice and smoked fish, rose 5 or 6 times a week, which they boiled in earthen pots. Aquipaguetin took me to a neighboring island with his wives and children to till the ground, in order to sow some tobacco seed and seeds of vegetables that I had brought, and which this Indian prized extremely. Sometimes he assembled the elders of the village, in whose presence he asked me for a compass that I always had in my sleeve, seeing that I made the needle turn with a key, and believing justly that we Europeans went all over the habitable globe, guided by this instrument. This chief, who was very eloquent, persuaded his people that we were spirits, and capable of doing anything beyond their reach. At the close of his address, which was very animated, all the old men wept over my head, admiring in me what they could not understand. I had an iron pot with 3 lion paw feet, which these Indians never dared touch unless their hand was wrapped up in some robe. The women hung it to the branch of a tree, not daring to enter the cabin where it was. I was some time unable to make myself understood by these people, but feeling myself gnawed by hunger, I began to compile a dictionary of their language, by means of their children, with whom I made myself familiar in order to learn. As soon as I could catch the word "Takechia bien," which means in their language, "How do you call that?" I became in a little while able to converse with them on familiar things. At first, indeed, to ask the word run in their language, I had to quicken my steps from one end of their large cabin to the other. The chiefs of these savages, seeing my desire to learn, often made me write, naming all the parts of the human body, as I would not put on paper certain indelicate words, at which they do not blush, it afforded them an agreeable amusement. They often put me questions, but as I had to look at my paper to answer them, they said to one another, "When we ask Père Louis," for so they had heard our two Frenchmen call me, "he does not answer us, but as soon as he has looked at what is white, for they have no word to say paper, he answers us and tells us his thoughts. That white thing," said they, "must be a spirit which tells Père Louis all we say." They concluded that our two Frenchmen were not as great as I, because they could not work like me on what was white. In consequence, the Indians believed that I could do everything. When the rain fell in such quantities as to incommode them, or prevent their going to hunt, they told me to stop it, but I knew enough to answer them by pointing to the clouds, that he was great chief of heaven, was master of everything, and that they bid me to do did not depend on me. These Indians often asked me how many wives and children I had, and how old I was, that is, how many winters, for so these nations always count. These men, never illumined by the lights of a faith, were surprised at the answer I made them. For pointing to our two Frenchmen, whom I had then gone to visit 3 leagues from our village, I told them that a man among us could have only one wife till death, that as for me, I had promised the Master of Life to live as they saw me, and to come and live with them to teach them that he would have them to be like the French, that this great Master of Life had sent down fire from heaven and destroyed a nation given to enormous crimes, like those committed among them, but that gross people, till then lawless and faithless, turned all I said into ridicule. "How," said they, "would you have those 2 men with thee have wives? Ours would not live with them, for they have hair all over the face, and we have none there or elsewhere." In fact, they were never better pleased with me than when I was shaved, and from a complaisance certainly not criminal, I shaved every week. All our kindred, seeing that I wished to leave them, made a packet of beaver skins worth 600 livres among the French. These peltries they gave me to induce me to remain among them, to introduce me to strange nations that were coming to visit them, and in restitution of what they had robbed me of. But I refused these presents, telling them that I had not come among them to gather beaver skins, but only to tell them the will of the great Master of Life, and to live wretchedly with them after having left a most abundant country. "It is true," said they, "that we have no chase in this part, and that thou sufferest, but wait till summer, then we will go and kill buffalo in the warm country." I should have been satisfied had they fed me as they did their children, but they eat secretly at night, unknown to me. Although women are, for the most part, more kind and compassionate than men, they gave what little fish they had to their children, regarding me as a slave made by their warriors in their enemy's country, and they reasonably preferred their children's lives to mine. There were some old men who often came to weep over my head in a sighing voice, saying, "Son," or "Nephew, I feel sorry to see thee without eating, and to learn how badly our warriors treated thee on the way. They are young braves, without sense, who would have killed thee, and have robbed thee of all thou hast. Hadst thou wanted buffalo or beaver robes, we would wipe away thy tears, but thou wilt have nothing of what we offer thee. Voici Conde," that is, the pierced pine, the greatest of all the Issati chiefs, being very indignant at those who had so maltreated us, said in open council, that those who had robbed us of all we had were like hungry curs that stealthily snatch a bit of meat from the bark dish, and then fly. so those who had acted so toward us deserved to be regarded as dogs, since they insulted men who brought them iron and merchandise which they had never had, that he would find means to punish the one who had so outraged us. This is what the brave chief showed to all his nation, as we shall see hereafter. As I often went to visit the cabins of these last nations, I found a sick child whose father's name was Mamenisi. Having a moral certainty of its death, I begged our two Frenchmen to give me their advice, telling them I believed myself obliged to baptize it. Michael Acco would not accompany me. The Picard Duguay alone followed me to act as sponsor, or rather as witness of the baptism. Footnote. This is a curious affair, a missionary consulting two canoemen as to the expediency of conferring a sacrament. End footnote. I christened the child Antoinette in honor of Saint Anthony of Padua, as well as from the Picard's name, which was Anthony Auguel. He was a native of Amiens and a nephew of Mr. de Cauroy, Procurator General of the Premonstratensians, both now at Paris. Having poured natural water on the head of this Indian child, and uttered these words, "Creature of God, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost," I took half an altar cloth which I had wrested from the hands of an Indian who had stolen it from me, and put it on the body of the baptized child, for as I could not say mass for want of wine and vestments, this piece of linen could not be put to a better use than to enshroud the first Christian child among these tribes. I do not know whether the softness of the linen had refreshed her, but she was the next day smiling in her mother's arms, who believed that I had cured her child, but she died soon after, to my great consolation. During our stay among the Issati, or Nadouessiou, we saw Indians who came as ambassadors from about 500 leagues to the west. They informed us that the Assinipouyaks were then only 7 or 8 days distant to the northeast of us. Footnote. This name, Assinipoulac, has now been softened to Assiniboine. It is the Algonquin epithet for a large branch of the Dakota family, long hostile to the Sioux, written also simply Pualac. End footnote. All the other known tribes on the west and northwest inhabit immense plains and prairies abounding in buffalo and peltries, where they are sometimes obliged to make fires with buffalo dung for want of wood. 3 months after, all these nations assembled, and the chiefs having regulated the places for hunting the buffalo, they dispersed in several bands so as not to starve each other. Akipagetin, one of the chiefs who had adopted me as his son, wished to take me to the west with about 200 families. I made answer that I awaited spirits, so they called Frenchmen, at the river Wisconsin, which empties into the river Colbert, who were to join me to bring merchandise, and that if he went that way, I would continue with him. He would have gone but for those of his nation. In the beginning of July, 1680, we descended in canoe southward with the great chief named Onasicande, that is to say, the pierced pine, with about 80 cabins, composed of more than 130 families, and about 250 warriors. Scarcely would the Indians give me a place in their little fleet, for they had only old canoes. They went 4 leagues lower down to get birch bark to make some more. Having made a hole in the ground to hide our silver chalice and our papers till we returned from the hunt, and keeping only our breviary so as not to be loaded, I stood on the bank of a lake formed by the river we had called St. Francis, and stretched out my hand to the canoes as they rapidly passed in succession. Our Frenchmen also had one for themselves, which the Indians had given them. They would not take me in, Michael Ako saying that he had taken me long enough to satisfy him. I was hurt at this answer, seeing myself thus abandoned by Christians, to whom I had always done good, as they both often acknowledged. But God having never abandoned me in that painful voyage, inspired 2 Indians to take me in their little canoe, where I had no other employment than to bail out with a little bark tray the water which entered by little holes. This I did not do without getting all wet. This boat might indeed be called a death box, from its lightness and fragility. These canoes do not generally weigh over 50 pounds. The least motion of the body upsets them, unless you are long habituated to that kind of navigation. On disembarking in the evening, the Picard, as an excuse, told me that their canoe was half rotten, and that had we been 3 in it, we should have run a great risk of remaining on the way. In spite of this excuse, I told him that being Christians, they should not act so, especially among Indians more than 800 leagues from the French settlements, that if they were well received in this country, it was only in consequence of my bleeding some asthmatic Indians, and my giving them some orvietan and other remedies which I kept in my sleeve, and by which I had saved the lives of some Indians bit by rattlesnakes, and because I had neatly made their tonsure, which Indian children wear to the age of 18 or 20, but have no way of making except by burning the hair with red-hot flat stones. I reminded them that by my ingenuity I had gained the friendship of these people, who would have killed us or made us suffer more, had they not discovered about me those remedies which they prized, when they restore the sick to health. However, the Picard only, as he retired to his hosts, apologized to me. 4 days after our departure for the buffalo hunt, we halted 8 leagues above St. Anthony of Padua's Falls on an eminence opposite the mouth of the river St. Francis. Here the Indian women made their canoe frames while waiting for those who were to bring bark to make canoes. The young men went to hunt stag, deer, and beaver, but killed so few animals for such a large party that we could very rarely get a bit of meat, having to put up with a broth once in every 24 hours. The Picard and myself went to look for haws, gooseberries, and little wild fruit, which often did us more harm than good. This obliged us to go alone, as Michael Ako refused, in a wretched canoe, to Wisconsin River, which was more than 100 leagues off, to see whether the Sieur de la Salle had sent to that place a reinforcement of men, with powder, lead, and other munitions, as he had promised us on our departure from the Illinois. Footnote: This is the first we hear of this promise, or of La Salle's having sent him to the Wisconsin, or given him a rendezvous there. End footnote. The Indians would not have suffered this voyage had not one of the 3 remained with them. They wished me to stay, but Michael Ako absolutely refused. Our whole stock was 15 charges of powder, a gun, a wretched earthen pot which the Indians had given us, a knife, and a beaver robe, to make a journey of 200 leagues, thus abandoning ourselves to Providence. As we were making the portage of our canoe at St. Anthony of Padua's Falls, we perceived 5 or 6 of our Indians who had taken the start. One of them was up in an oak opposite the great fall, weeping bitterly, with a well-dressed beaver robe, whitened inside and trimmed with porcupine quills, which he was offering as a sacrifice to the falls, which is in itself admirable and frightful. I heard him while shedding copious tears say, as he spoke to the great cataract, "Thou who art a spirit, grant that our nation may pass her quietly without accident, may kill buffalo in abundance, conquer our enemies, and bring in slaves, some of whom we will put to death before thee, the Messeneketh," so they call the tribe named by the French Ouatouagamis, "have killed our kindred, grant that we may avenge them." In fact, after the heat of the buffalo hunt, they invaded their enemies, killed some, and brought others as slaves. If they succeed a single time, even after repeated failures, they adhere to their superstition. This robe offered in sacrifice served one of our Frenchmen, who took it as we returned. End of section 19. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Section 20 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 3. Narrative of a Voyage to the Upper Mississippi by Father Louis Hennepin. A league below St. Anthony of Padua's Falls, the Picard was obliged to land and get his powder horn, which he had left at the falls. On his return, I showed him a snake about 6 feet long crawling up a straight and precipitous mountain, and which gradually gained on some swallows' nests to eat the young ones. At the foot of the mountain, we saw the feathers of those he had apparently eaten, and we pelted him down with stones. As we descended the river Colbert, we found some of our Indians cabined in the islands, loaded with buffalo meat, some of which they gave us. 2 hours after landing, 15 or 16 warriors of the party whom we had left above St. Anthony of Padua's Falls entered tomahawk in hand, upset the cabins of those who had invited us, took all the meat and bear oil that they found, and greased themselves from head to foot. We at first took them to be enemies, but one of those who called himself my uncle told me that, having gone to the buffalo hunt before the rest, contrary to the maxims of the country, they had a right to strip them, because they put the buffaloes to flight before the arrival of the mass of the nation. During 60 leagues that we sailed down the river, we killed only 1 deer, swimming across, but the heat was so great that the meat spoiled in 24 hours. This made us look for turtles, which we found hard to take, as their hearing is acute, and the moment they hear the least noise, they jump quickly into the water. We, however, took one much larger than the rest, with a thinner shell and fatter meat. While I tried to cut off his head, he all but cut off one of my fingers. We had drawn one end of our canoe ashore, when a gust of wind drove it into the middle of the great river. The Picard had gone with the gun into the prairie to try and kill a buffalo, so I quickly pulled off our habit and threw it on the turtle with some stones to prevent its escaping, and swam after our canoe, which went very fast downstream, as the current there was very strong. Having reached it with much difficulty, I durst not get in for fear of upsetting it, so I either pushed it before me or drew it after me, and so little by little reached the shore about 1/8 of a league from the place where I had the turtle. The Picard, finding only our habit, and not seeing the canoe, naturally believed that some Indian had killed me. He retired to the prairie to look all around whether there were no people there. Meanwhile, I remounted the river with all diligence in the canoe, and had just put on my habit, when I saw more than 60 buffalo crossing the river to reach the south side. I pursued the animals, calling the Picard with all my might. He ran up at the noise, and had time to enter the canoe, while the dog, which had jumped into the water, had driven them into an island. Having given them chase here, they were crossing back when he shot one, which was so heavy that we could get it ashore only in pieces, being obliged to cut the best morsels while the rest was in the water. As it was almost 2 days since we had eaten, we made a fire with the driftwood we found on the sand, and while the Picard was skinning the animal, I cooked the morsels of the fat meat in our little earthen pot. We then eat it so eagerly that we both fell sick, and had to stay 2 days in the island to recover. We could not take much of the meat, our canoe was so small, and besides the excessive heat spoiled it, so that we were all at once deprived of it, as it was full of worms, and when we embarked in the morning, we did not know what we would eat during the day. Never have we more admired God's providence than during this voyage, for we did not always find deer, and could not kill them when we would. But the eagles, which are very common in these vast countries, sometimes dropped from their claws bream, or large carp, which they were carrying to their nests. Another time we found an otter on the bank of the river Colbert, eating a large fish, which had, running from the head, a kind of paddle or beak, 5 fingers broad, and 1.5 feet long, which made our Picard say that he thought he saw a devil in the paws of that otter. But his fright did not prevent our eating the monstrous fish, which we found very good. While seeking the Wisconsin River, Akipagetin, that savage father whom I had left, and whom I believed more than 200 leagues off, suddenly appeared with 10 warriors on the 11th of July, 1680. We believed that he was coming to kill us, because we had left him, with the knowledge indeed of the other Indians, but against his will. He first gave us some wild rice and a slice of buffalo meat to eat, and asked whether we had found the Frenchmen who were to bring us goods. But not being satisfied with what we said, he started before us and went to Wisconsin to try and carry off what he could from the French. This savage found none there, and rejoined us 3 days after. The Picard had gone in the prairie to hunt, and I was alone in a little cabin on the bank of the river, which I had made to screen us from the sun, with a blanket that an Indian had given me back. Akipagetin, seeing me alone, came up, tomahawk in hand. I laid hold of 2 pocket pistols, which the Picard had got back from the Indians, and a knife, not intending to kill my pretended Indian father, but only to frighten him, and prevent his crushing me in case he had that intention. Akipagetin reprimanded me for exposing myself thus to the insults of their enemies, saying that I should at least take the other shore to be more in safety. He wished to take me with him, telling me that he was with 300 hunters, who killed more buffalo than those to whom I had abandoned myself. I would have done well to follow his advice, for the Picard and myself, ascending the river almost 80 leagues way, ran great risk of perishing 1,000 times. We had only 10 charges of powder, which we were obliged to divide into 20 to kill wild pigeons or turtle doves. But when these at last gave out, we had recourse to 3 hooks, which we baited with bits of putrid barbels, dropped by an eagle. For 2 whole days we took nothing, and were thus destitute of all support, when, during night prayer, as we were repeating these words addressed to Saint Anthony of Padua, perunt pericula, cessat et necessitas, the Picard heard a noise, left his prayers, and ran to our hooks, which he drew from the waters with 2 barbels so large that I had to go and help him. Without cleaning these monstrous fish, we cut them in pieces and roasted them on the coals, our only little earthen pot having been broken. 2 hours after night we were joined by Mamenisi, the father of the little Indian girl that I had baptized before she died. He gave us plenty of meat. The next day the Indians whom we had left with Michael Ako came down from Buffalo River with their flotilla of canoes loaded with meat. Aquipaguetin had, as he passed, told how exposed the Picard and I were on our voyage, and the Indian chiefs represented to us the cowardice of Michael Ako, who had refused to undertake it for fear of dying by hunger. If I had not stopped him, the Picard would have insulted him. All the Indian women hid their stock of meat at the mouth of Buffalo River, and in the islands, and we again went down the Colbert about 80 leagues to hunt with this multitude of canoes. From time to time the Indians hid their canoes on the banks of the river and in the islands, then struck into the prairies 7 or 8 leagues beyond the mountains, where they took, at different times, 120 buffaloes. They always left some of their old men on the tops of the mountains to be on the lookout for their enemies. One day, when I was dressing the foot of one who called himself my brother, and who had run a splinter deep into his foot, an alarm was given in the camp. 200 bowmen ran out, and that brave Indian, although I had just made a deep incision in the sole of his foot to draw out the wood, left me and ran even faster than the rest, not to be deprived of the glory of fighting, but instead of enemies they found only a herd of about 80 stags, who took flight. The wounded man could scarcely regain the camp. During this alarm, all the Indian women sang in a lugubrious tone. The Picard left me to join his host, and I, remaining with one called Otchimbi, had to carry in the canoe an old woman of over 80. For all her great age, she threatened to strike with her paddle 3 children who troubled us in the middle of our canoe. The men treated me well enough, but as the meat was almost entirely at the disposal of the women, I was compelled, in order to get some, to make their children's tonsures about as large as those of our religious, for those little savages wear them to the age of 15 or 16, and their parents make them with red-hot stones. We had another alarm in our camp. The old men on duty on the top of the mountains announced that they saw 2 warriors in the distance. All the bowmen hastened there with speed, each trying to outstrip the others, but they brought back only 2 of their own women, who came to tell them that a party of their people were hunting in the extremity of Lake Condé, Superior, had found 5 spirits, so they call the French, who, by means of a slave, had expressed a wish to come on, knowing us to be among them, in order to find out whether we were English, Dutch, Spaniards, or Frenchmen, being unable to understand by what roundabout we had reached those tribes. On the 25th of July, 1680, as we were ascending the river Colbert after the buffalo hunt, to the Indian villages, we met the Sieur de Leu, who came to the Nadouessias with 5 French soldiers. They joined us about 220 leagues distant from the country of the Indians who had taken us, as we had some knowledge of their language. They begged us to accompany them to the villages of those tribes, to which I readily agreed, knowing that these Frenchmen had not approached the sacraments for 2 years. Footnote. This would make his meeting with Duluth take place some time below the Illinois, according to his description of the river. In the English edition, doubtless for good reasons, he says 120, which would bring it just below the Wisconsin. If Duluth came by way of Lake Superior, it is not easy to see how he met them so far down, or how, after descending the Mississippi, he needed the aid of Hennepin in ascending. This officer, who figured considerably in the affairs of Canada, was captain to the Marines, and was commander of Fort Frontenac in 1696. End footnote. The Sieur de Leu, who acted as captain, seeing me tired of tonsuring the children and bleeding the asthmatic old men to get a mouthful of meat, told the Indians that I was his elder brother, so that, having my subsistence secured, I labored only for the salvation of these Indians. We arrived at the villages of the Issati on the 14th of August, 1680. I there found our chalice and books which I had hidden in the ground. The tobacco which I had planted had been choked by the weeds. The turnips, cabbages, and other vegetables were of extraordinary size. The Indians durst not eat them. During our stay, they invited us to a feast where there were more than 120 men, all naked. The first chief, a relative of the one whose body I had covered with a blanket, brought me a bark dish of food which he put on a buffalo robe, dressed, whitened, and trimmed with porcupine quills on one side, and the curly wool on the other. He afterward put it on my head, saying, "He whose body thou didst cover, covers thine. He has borne tidings of thee to the land of souls. Brave was thy act in this regard. All the nation praises thee for it." He then reproached the Sieur de Luth for not having covered the deceased's body as I did. He replied that he covered only those of captains, like himself, but the Indian answered, "Père Louis is a greater captain than thou, for his robe," meaning our brocade chasuble, "which we have sent to our allies, who dwell 3 moons from this country, is more beautiful than that which thou wearest." Toward the end of September, having no implements to begin an establishment, we resolved to tell these people that, for their benefit, we would have to return to the French settlements. Here, a la Hennepin, de Luth is merged in the we. The grand chief of the Issati, or Nadoucieux, consented, and traced in pencil on a paper I gave him the route we should take for 400 leagues. With this chart we set out, 8 Frenchmen, in 2 canoes, and descended the rivers St. Francis and Colbert. 2 of our men took 2 beaver robes at St. Anthony of Padua's Falls, which the Indians had hung in sacrifice on the trees. We stopped near Wisconsin River to smoke some meat. 3 Indians coming from the nations we had left told us that their great chief, named Pierced Pine, having heard that one of the chiefs of the nation wished to pursue and kill us, had entered his cabin and tomahawked him to prevent his pernicious design. We regaled these 3 Indians with meat, of which we were in no want then. 2 days after, we perceived an army of 140 canoes filled with about 250 warriors. We thought that those who brought the preceding news were spies, for instead of descending the river on leaving us, they ascended to tell their people. However, the chiefs of the little army visited us and treated us very kindly, and the same day descended the river as we did to the Wisconsin. We found that river as wide as the Seignelay, Illinois, with a strong current. After sailing up 60 leagues, we came to a portage of half a league, which the Nadoucieux chiefs had marked for us. We slept there to leave marks and crosses on the trunks of the trees. This was the same route that Marquette took going down. See his description. The Kakalan Rapid had been previously visited and explored by Allouez, and mentioned in the relation 1660 to 70. The next day we entered a river which winds wonderfully, for after 6 hours sailing, we found ourselves opposite the place where we started. One of our men, wishing to kill a swan on the wing, capsized his canoe, fortunately not beyond his depth. We passed 4 lakes, 2 pretty large, on the banks of which the Miamis formerly resided. We found Mascoutens, Kickapoos, and Outagami there, who sow Indian corn for their subsistence. all this country is as fine as that of the Illinois. We made a portage at a rapid called Kakalad, and after about 400 leagues sail from our leaving the country of the Issati and Nadouessioux, we arrived safely at the extremity of the Bay of the Fetid, where we found Frenchmen trading contrary to orders with the Indians. They had some little wine in a tin flagon, which enabled me to say mass. I had then only a chalice and altar stone, but Providence supplied me with vestments, for some Illinois, flying from the tyranny of the Iroquois, who had destroyed a part of their nation, took the vestments of the chapel of Father Zenobius, member recollect, who was with the Illinois in their flight. They gave me all they took except the chalice, which they promised to give back in a few days for a present of tobacco. I had not celebrated Mass for over 9 months for want of wine. I had still some hosts. We remained 2 days to rest, sing the Te Deum, high Mass, and preach. All our Frenchmen went to confession and communion, to thank God for having preserved us amid so many wanderings and perils. One of our Frenchmen gave a gun for a canoe larger than ours, with which, after sailing 100 leagues, we reached Missilimakinac, where we were obliged to winter. To employ the time usefully, I preached every holy day, and on the Sundays of Advent and Lent. Footnote. In the English edition, he tells us that he enjoyed, during the winter, the hospitality of Father Piron, a Jesuit and fellow townsman of his own, whom he eulogizes there, but passes over in perfect silence here. What was his reason in each case? In neither he mentions the church at Green Bay. End footnote. The Ottawas and Hurons were often present, rather from curiosity than from any inclination to live according to the Christian maxims. These last Indians said, speaking of our discovery, that they were men, but that we Frenchmen were spirits, because, had they gone so far, the strange nations would have killed them, while we went fearlessly everywhere. During the winter we took whitefish in Lake Orleans, Huron, in 20 or 22 fathoms water. They served to season the Indian corn, which was our usual fare. 42 Frenchmen trading there with the Indians begged me to give them all the cord of St. Francis, which I readily did, making an exhortation at each ceremony. We left Missilimakinac in Easter week 1681, and were obliged to drag our provisions and canoes on the ice more than 10 leagues on Lake Orleans. Having advanced far enough on this freshwater sea, and the ice breaking, we embarked after Low Sunday, which we celebrated having some little wine which a Frenchman had fortunately brought, and which served us quite well the rest of the voyage. After 100 leagues on Lake Orleans, we passed the Strait, Detroit, for 30 leagues, and Lake St. Clair, which is in the middle, and entered Lake County, where we killed with sword and axe more than 30 sturgeon, which came to spawn on the banks of the lake. Footnote. This name is commonly written St. Clair, but this is incorrect. We should either retain the French form Claire, spelled C-L-A-I-R-E, or take the English Claire, spelled C-L-A-R-E. It received its name in honor of the founder of the Franciscan nuns, from the fact that La Salle reached it on the day consecrated to her. End footnote. On the way, we met an Ottawa chief called Talon, 6 persons of whose family had died of starvation, not having found a good fishery or hunting ground. This Indian told us that the Iroquois had carried off a family of 12 belonging to his tribe, and begged us to deliver them if yet alive. We sailed along Lake Conty, and after 120 leagues, we passed the strait of the Great Falls of Niagara and Fort Conty, and entered Lake Frontenac, coasted along the southern shore. After 30 leagues from Lake Conty, we reached the great Seneca village about Whitsunday, 1681. We entered the Iroquois council and asked them why they had enslaved 12 of our Ottawa allies, telling them that those whom they had taken were children of the governor of the French, as well as the Iroquois, and that by this violence they declared war on the French. To induce them to restore our allies, we gave them 2 belts of wampum. The next day the Iroquois answered us by 2 belts, that the Ottawas had been carried off by some mad young warriors, that we might assure the governor of the French that the Iroquois would hearken to him in all things, that they wished to live with Onontio like real children, with their father, so they call the governor of Canada, and that they would restore those whom they had taken. A chief named Teganco, who spoke for his whole nation in all the councils, made me a present of otter and beaver skins, the value of over 25 crowns. I took it with one hand and gave it with the other to his son, telling him that I gave it to him to buy goods of the other Frenchmen, that as for us, bare feet, as the Iroquois call us, we would not take beaver or peltries, but that I would report their friendly feeling to the governor of the French. This Iroquois chief was surprised at my refusing his present, and told his own people that the other French did not do so. We took leave of the chief men, and after sailing 40 leagues on the lake, reached Fort Frontenac, where the dear Recollet, Father Luke, was greatly surprised to see me, as for 2 years it had been reported that the Indians had hung me with our Franciscan cord. All of the inhabitants, French and Indians, whom we had gathered at Fort Frontenac, welcomed me with extraordinary joy at my return, the Indians calling me Atcon, and putting their hand to their mouth, which means bare feet is a spirit to have traveled so far. At the mouth of Lake Frontenac, the current is strong, and the more you descend, the more it increases. The rapids are frightful. In 2 days and a half, we descended the river St. Lawrence so rapidly that we reached Montreal, 60 miles from the fort, where the Count de Frontenac, governor general of all New France, then was. This governor received me as well as a man of his probity can receive a missionary. As he believed me killed by the Indians, he was for a time thunderstruck, believing me to be some other religious. He beheld me wasted, without a cloak, with a habit patched with pieces of buffalo skin. He took me with him for 12 days to recover, and himself gave me the meat I was to eat, for fear I should fall sick by eating too much after so long a diet. I rendered him an exact account of my voyage, and represented to him the advantage of our discovery. Footnote. Of course, the English edition says nothing about this exact account, nor tells how he concealed the truth and avoided questions. End of section 20. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago.
Section 21 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Narrative of the Adventures of La Salle's Party. Narrative of the Adventures of La Salle's Party at Fort Crèvecoeur in Illinois, from February 1680 to June 1681, by Father Zenobius Membray, Recollect. Footnote. If the projects of La Salle had raised up against him pertinacious enemies, they nevertheless drew around him a few faithful and devoted friends, and none more conspicuous than the excellent missionary whose journals we here insert. The amiable Father Membray is the name under which all seem to delight in presenting him to us, so much were they touched by his goodness of heart. Were it prudent to credit Hennepin's last work for anything new, we might say that Membray was born at Bapaume, a small fortified town, now in France, but then in the Spanish Netherlands, and that he was a cousin of Father Christian Leclerc, who published his journals in the Establissement de la Foi. It was probably on entering the Recollect convent at Artois, where he was the first novice in the new province of St. Anthony, that he assumed the name of Zenobius. With his cousin, Leclerc, he was the first sent by that province to Canada, where he arrived in 1675, from which time till that of his departure for Frontenac, in September, 1678, he was probably employed at the convent of Quebec, as his name does not appear in any of the neighboring parish registers examined to obtain his autograph. From Fort Frontenac he accompanied La Salle to Niagara, Mackinac, and, at last, to Fort Crèvecoeur in Illinois. Here he was left by that commander with Tonty and Father Gabriel de la Reborde, with whom on the inroad of the Iroquois and fight of the Illinois he endeavored to reach Green Bay. Father Gabriel perished on the way by the hand of the Kickapoos. The survivors were hospitably received by the Jesuits at Green Bay, where they wintered, and in the spring proceeded to Mackinac with Father Enjalran. Here La Salle soon joined them, and Membray, after a voyage to Fort Frontenac, and probably to Montreal, with that commander in the spring of 1681, descended the Mississippi with him to the Gulf, and, on their return, proceeded at his request to France in 1682, to lay before the government the result of the expedition. He left a journal of his voyage at Quebec, but, as he declined communicating it to the new governor, de la Barre, the latter, in his report to the home government, throws imputations on any account of the missionary, which must, however, be ascribed only to bias and dissatisfaction. After fulfilling his mission at court, Father Membray became warden of the Recollects at Bapaume, and remained so till he was appointed at La Salle's request, superior of the missionaries who were to accompany his expedition by sea. Father Membray reached Texas in safety, and though nearly drowned in the wreck of one of the vessels, was left by La Salle in good health at Fort St. Louis in January, 1687, intending as soon as possible to begin a mission among the friendly Sennies, with Father Maximus Leclerc. The colony was, however, cut to pieces by the Indians, for, when in 1689 a party of Spaniards set out to expel the French as intruders, all was silent as they drew near. To their horror, they found on reaching it nothing but dead bodies within and without. Priest and soldier, husband and wife, old and young, lay dead before them, pierced with arrows, or crushed with clubs. Touched with compassion, the Spaniards committed their remains to a common grave, and retired. Here Father Membray perished, but earth has no record of the day. He was not, apparently, a man of refined education, nor is this a reproach, as his order was not intended to direct colleges and seats of learning, but to preach to the poor and lowly. But though his journal is often involved and obscure, it bears intrinsic works of fidelity, and shows him to have been less prejudiced than many of his companions. Fitted rather for the quiet direction of a simple flock, his zeal could not bear up against the hardships and barrenness of Indian mission, for which no previous training or associations had fitted him, while his many wanderings tended still more to prevent his usefulness. His only permanent mission was in Illinois, where he labored assiduously with Father Gabriel from March to September, 1680, notwithstanding the repugnance which he felt for the ungrateful field. They are, accordingly, after the Jesuits, Marquette and Allouez, the first missionaries of Illinois, and worthy of a distinguished place in her annals, and of the noble eulogy of Mr. Sparks on the missionaries of New France. Father Louis Hennepin, having set out on the 29th of February, 1680, Le Sieur de la Salle left the Sieur de Tonty as commander of Fort Crevecoeur, with ammunitions and provisions and peltries to pay the workmen as agreed, and merchandise to trade with and buy provisions as we needed them, and having lastly given orders as to what was to be done in his absence, set out with 4 Frenchmen and an Indian on the 2nd of March, 1680. He arrived on the 11th at the great Illinois village where I then was, and thence, after 24 hours' stay, he continued his route on foot over the ice to Fort Frontenac. From our arrival at Fort Crevecoeur on the 14th of February past, Father Gabriel, our superior, Father Louis, and myself had raised a cabin in which we had established some little regularity, exercising our functions as missionaries to the French of our party and the Illinois Indians who came in crowds. As by the end of February I already knew a part of their language, because I spent the whole of the day in the Indian camp, which was but half a league off, our Father Superior appointed me to follow when they were about to return to their village. A chief named Omahuha had adopted me as his son in the Indian fashion, and Monsieur de la Salle had made him presents to take care of me. Father Gabriel resolved to stay at the fort with the Sieur de Tonty and the workmen. This had been, too, the request of the Sieur de la Salle, who hoped that by his credit and the apparent confidence of the people in him, he would be able to keep them in order, but God permitted that the good intentions in which the Sieur de la Salle thought he left them should not last long. On the 13th he himself had met 2 of his men whom he had sent to Missilimakinac to meet his vessel, but who had got no tidings of it. He addressed them to the Sieur de Tonty, but these evil-disposed men caballed so well that they excited suspicion and dissatisfaction in most of those there, so that almost all deserted, carrying off the ammunition, provisions, and all that was in the store. 2 of them, who were conducting Father Gabriel to the Illinois village where Monsieur de Tonty had come on a visit, abandoned the good father at night in the middle of the road, and spiked the guns of the Sieur de Boisrondet, and the man called L'Esperance, who were in the same canoe, but not in their plot. They informed the Sieur de Tonty, who, finding himself destitute of everything, sent 4 of those who remained by 2 different routes to inform the Sieur de la Salle. The perfidious wretches assembled at the fort which the Sieur de la Salle had built at the mouth of the Miamis River, demolished the fort, carried off all that was there, and as we learned some months after went to Missilimakinac, where they seized the peltries belonging to the Sieur de la Salle, and left in store there by him. The only great Illinois village being composed of 7,000 or 8,000 souls, Father Gabriel and I had a sufficient field for the exercise of our zeal, besides the few French who soon after came there. There are, moreover, the Miamis, situated southeast by south of the bottom of Lake Dauphin, on the borders of a pretty fine river, about 15 leagues inland, at 41 degrees north, the nation of the Maskoutens and Outagamis, who dwell at about 43 degrees north, on the banks of the river called Milwaukee, which empties into Lake Dauphin, very near their village. On the western side, the Kickapoos and the Ainoves, Iowas, who form 2 villages. West of these last, above the river Chekagomamont, the village of the Illinois Kaskaskia, situated west of the bottom of Lake Dauphin, a little southwest at about 41 degrees north. The Anthotautas, the Atenatas of Marquette's real map, and Maskoutens, Nadoessians, about 130 leagues from the Illinois, in 3 great villages built near a river which empties into the river Colbert on the west side, above that of the Illinois, almost opposite the mouth of the Misconsin, in the same river. I might name here a number of other tribes, with whom we had intercourse, and to whom French coureurs de bois, or lawfully sent, rambled while I was with the Illinois, under favor of our discovery. The greater part of these tribes, and especially the Illinois, with whom I have had intercourse, make their cabins of double mats of flat rushes sewed together. They are tall of stature, strong and robust, and good archers. They had as yet no firearms. We gave them some. They are wandering, idle, fearful, and desolate, almost without respect for their chiefs, irritable and thievish. Their villages are not enclosed with palisades, and being too cowardly to defend them, they take to flight at the first news of a hostile army. The richness and fertility of the country gives them fields everywhere. They have used iron implements and arms only since our arrival. Besides the bow, they use in war a kind of short spike and wooden maces. All agree in the great skill of the Illinois bowmen, and even as late as 1692-3, when Rale was with them, they had not yet begun to use guns. Hermaphrodites are numerous. They have many wives, and often take several sisters that they may agree better, and yet they are so jealous that they cut off their noses on the slightest suspicion. They are lewd, and even unnaturally so, having boys dressed as women, destined for infamous purposes. These boys are employed only in women's work, without taking part in the chase or war. They are very superstitious, although they have no religious worship. They are, besides, much given to play, like all the Indians in America that I am able to know. Neither Marquette nor Allouez first, nor Membray and Douay afterwards, allude to the mode of burial among the Illinois, which is stated by Father Rale, and deserves to be mentioned. Their custom, says he, is not to bury the dead, but to wrap them in skins, and to attach them by the head and feet to the tops of trees. See his letter in Kipp's Jesuit Missions, page 38. The use made of this trait by the French poets is similar to the readers of Delille. On the whole, however, the various descriptions of the Illinois and their country by Marquette, Allouez, Membray, Hennepin, Douay, Iotel, Tonty, Rale, and Marest are remarkably alike. All but those of the two last are contained in the present series of historical collections, and these will be found in the translation of Mr. Kipp, already cited. As there are in their country many serpents, these Indians know herbs much superior to our Orvietan and Theriac, for after rubbing themselves with them, they can without fear play with the most venomous insects, and even put them some distance down their throat. They go perfectly naked in summer except the feet, which are covered with shoes of oxhide, and in winter they protect themselves against the cold, which is piercing in these parts, though of short duration, with skins which they dress and card very neatly. Although we were almost destitute of succor, yet the Sieur de Tonty never lost courage. He kept up his position among the Illinois, either by inspiring them all the hopes which he built on the Sieur de La Salle's return, or by instructing them in the use of firearms, and many arts in the European way. As during the following summer a rumor ran that the Miamis wished to move and join the Iroquois, he taught them how to defend themselves by palisades, and even made them erect a kind of little fort with intrenchments, so that, had they had a little more courage, I have no doubt they would have been in a position to sustain themselves. Meanwhile, from the flight and desertion of our men about the middle of March to the month of September, Father Gabriel and I devoted ourselves constantly to the mission. An Illinois named Asapista, with whom the Sieur de La Salle had contracted friendship, adopted Father Gabriel as his son, so that good father found in his cabin a subsistence in the Indian fashion. As wine failed us for the celebration of the divine mysteries, we found means, toward the close of August, to get wild grapes which began to ripen, and we made very good wine, which served us to say mass till the second disaster, which happened a few days after. The clusters of these grapes are of prodigious size, of very agreeable taste, and have seeds larger than those of Europe. [Footnote: In Brown's History of American Trees, we fail to find any notice of the early wine-making in the country by the Catholic missionaries. They were certainly the first in the northern parts. Sagard, in his History of Canada, Chapter 9, details the modus operandi of probably the first wine-making in the country. The Jesuit missionaries were afterward frequently compelled to do so, in order to say mass, as we find repeated allusions to it in the relations from Maine to the Mississippi. With regard to conversions, I cannot rely on any. During the whole time Father Gabriel unraveled their language a little, and I can say that I spoke so as to make myself understood by the Indians on all that I wished, but there is in these savages such an alienation from the faith, so brutal and narrow a mind, such corrupt and anti-Christian morals, that great time would be needed to hope for any fruit. It is, however, true that I found many of quite docile character. We baptized some dying children, and 2 or 3 dying persons who manifested proper dispositions. As these people are entirely material in their ideas, they would have submitted to baptism, had we liked, but without any knowledge of the sacrament. We found 2 who had joined us, and promised to follow us everywhere. We believed that they would keep their word, and that by this means we would ensure their baptisms. But I afterward felt great scruples when I learned that an Indian named Chesaguache, who had been baptized, had died in the hands of the medicine men, abandoned to their superstitions, and consequently doubly a child of hell. During the summer we followed our Indians in their camps and to the chase. I also made a voyage to the Miamis to learn something of their dispositions. Thence I went to visit other villages of the Illinois, all, however, with no great success, finding only cause for chagrin at the deplorable state and blindness of these nations. It is such that I cannot express it fully. Thus far we enjoyed a pretty general peace, though meanwhile a cruel war, which we knew not, was machinating. While we were still at Fort Frontenac, the year before the Sieur de la Salle learned that his enemies had, to baffle his designs, excited the Iroquois to resume their former hostilities against the Illinois, which had been relinquished for several years. They sought, too, to draw the Miamis into the same war. This is a tribe which formerly dwelt beyond the Illinois, as regards the Iroquois and Fort Frontenac. They had persuaded them to invite the Iroquois by an embassy to join them against their common enemy. Those who came to treat of this affair with the Iroquois brought letters from some ill-disposed Frenchmen who had correspondents in those tribes, for there were at that time many coureurs de bois. The Sieur de la Salle happened to be among the Senecas when this embassy arrived. The moment seemed unfavorable, and the ambassadors were privately warned that they risked their lives if they did not depart as soon as possible, the Sieur de la Salle being a friend of the Illinois. The Miamis, however, left his former country, and came and took up a position where he is now between the Iroquois and the Illinois. This was afterward believed intentional, and we having to pass through both these nations, suspected by each other, might become so to one of them who would then prevent our progress. Monsieur de la Salle, on his arrival at the Illinois last year, made peace between the 2 nations, but as the Indians are very inconstant and faithless, the Iroquois and the Miamis afterward united against the Illinois, by means which are differently related. Be that as it may, about the 10th of September, in the present year, 1680, The Illinois allies of Chauneon, Shawnees, were warned by a Shawnee who was returning home from an Illinois village, but turned back to advise them that he had discovered an Iroquois army, 400 or 500 strong, who had already entered their territory. The scouts sent out by the Illinois confirmed what the Shawnee had said, adding that the Sieur de la Salle was there. For this there was no foundation, except that the Iroquois chief had a hat and a kind of vest. They at once talked of tomahawking us, but the Sieur de Tonty undeceived them, and to show the falsity of the report, offered to go with the few men he had to fight the Iroquois with them. The Illinois had already sent out to war the greater part of the young men, yet the next day they took the field against the enemy, whom the Miamis had reinforced with a great number of their warriors. This multitude terrified the Illinois. Nevertheless, they recovered a little at the solicitation of the Sieur de Tonty and the French. They at first mingled and wrangled, but the Sieur de Tonty, having grounds to fear for the Illinois, who had almost no firearms, offered to put matters in negotiation, and to go to the Iroquois as a man of peace, bearing the calumet. The latter, hoping to surprise the Illinois, and seeing their hopes baffled by the state in which they found them resolved for battle, received without any demur a man who came with a calumet of peace, telling them that the Illinois were his brothers, friends of the French, and under the protection of Ononto, their common father. I was beside the Sieur de Tonty when an Iroquois, whom I had known in the Seneca village, recognized me. These proposals for peace did not, however, please some young men whose hands itched for fight. Suddenly a volley of balls and arrows came whizzing around us, and a young Onondaga ran up with a drawn knife, and struck Monsieur de Tonty near the heart, the knife fortunately glancing off a rib. They immediately surrounded him, and wished to carry him off. But when, by his ears, which were not pierced, they saw that he was a Frenchman, one of the Iroquois chiefs asked loudly what they had meant by striking a Frenchman in that way? That he must be spared, and drew forth a belt of wampum to staunch the blood, and make a plaster for the wound. Nevertheless, a mad young Iroquois having hoisted the Sieur de Tonty's hat on a gun to intimidate the Illinois, the latter believing by this sign that Tonty was dead, we were all in danger of losing our heads. But the Iroquois having told us to show ourselves and stop both armies, we did so. The Iroquois received the calumet and pretended to retire, but scarcely had the Illinois reached his village, when the Iroquois appeared on the opposite hills. This movement obliged the Sieur de Tonty and the chiefs of the nation to depute me to these savages to know their reason. This was not a very agreeable mission to a savage tribe, with arms in their hands, especially after the risk I had already run. Nevertheless, I made up my mind, and God preserved me from all harm. I spoke with them. They treated me very kindly, and at last told me that the reason of their approach was, that they had nothing to eat. I made my report to the Illinois, who gave them their fill, and even offered to trade for beaver and other furs, very abundant in those parts. The Iroquois agreed, hostages were given and received, and I went with an Illinois to the enemy's camp, where we slept. The Iroquois came in greater numbers into that of the Illinois, and even advanced to their village, committing hostilities so far as to disinter the dead and destroy their corn. In a word, seeking a quarrel, under show of peace, they fortified themselves in the village. The Illinois, on the first announcement of war, had made their families draw off behind a hill, to put them out of sight and enable them to reach the Mississippi, so that the Iroquois found the village empty. The Illinois warriors retired in troops on the hills, and even gradually dispersed, so that we, seeing ourselves abandoned by our hosts, who no longer appeared in force, and left alone, exposed to the fury of a savage and victorious enemy, were not long in resolving to retreat. The Reverend Father Gabriel, the Sieur de Tonty, the few French who were with us, and myself, began our march on the 18th of September, without provisions, food, or anything, in a wretched bark canoe, which breaking the next day compelled us to land about noon to repair it. Father Gabriel seeing the place of our landing fit for walking in the prairies and hills with little groves, as if planted by hand, retired there to say his breviary, while we were working at the canoe all the rest of the day. We were full 8 leagues from the village ascending the river. Toward evening I went to look for the father, seeing that he did not return. All our party did the same. We fired repeatedly, to direct him, but in vain; and as we had reason to fear the Iroquois during the night, we crossed to the other side of the river and lit up fires, which were also useless. The next morning at daybreak, we returned to the same side, where we were the day before, and remained until noon, making all possible search. We entered the wood, where we found several fresh trails, as well as in the prairie on the bank of the river. We followed them one by one without discovering anything, except that Monsieur de Tonty had ground to believe and fear that some hostile parties were in ambush to cut us all off, for seeing us take flight, the savages had imagined that we declared for the Illinois. I insisted on staying to wait for positive tidings, but the Sieur de Tonty forced me to embark at 3 o'clock, maintaining that the father had been killed by the enemy, or else had walked on along the bank, so that following it constantly we should at last infallibly meet him. We got, however, no tidings of him, and the more we advanced, the more this affliction unmanned us, and we supported this remnant of a languishing life by the potatoes and garlic and other roots that we found by scraping the ground with our fingers. We afterward learned that we should have expected him uselessly, as he had been killed soon after landing. The Kickapoos, a little nation you may observe on the west, quite near the Winnebagoes, had sent some of their youth in war parties against the Iroquois, but learning that the latter were attacking the Illinois, the war party came after them. 3 braves who formed a kind of advanced guard having met the good father alone, although they knew that he was not an Iroquois, killed him for all that, cast his body into a hole, and carried off even his breviary and diurnal, which soon after came into the hands of a Jesuit father. They carried off the scalp of this holy man, and vaunted of it in their village as an Iroquois scalp. Thus died this man of God by the hands of some mad youths. We can say of his body what the Scripture remarks of those whom the sanguinary Herod immolated to his fury, non erat qui sepileret. Surely he deserved a better fate, if, indeed, we can desire a happier one before God, than to die in the exercise of the apostolic functions by the hands of nations to whom we were sent by God. He had not been merely a religious of common and ordinary virtue. It is well known that he had in Canada, from 1670, maintained the same sanctity of life which he had shown in France as superior, inferior, and master of novices. He had for a long time, in transports of fervor, acknowledged to me the profound grief which he felt at the utter blindness of these people, and that he longed to be an anathema for their salvation. His death, I doubt not, has been precious before God, and will one day have its effect in the vocation of these people to the faith, when it shall please the Almighty to use his great mercy. Footnote: Of this estimable missionary, we know little but what was given in Hennepin. He was, we are assured, the last scion of a noble Burgundian house, who not only renounced his inheritance and the world, to enroll himself among the lowly children of St. Francis, but even when advanced in life, and honored with the first dignities of his order, sought the new and toilsome mission of Canada. He came out among the first Recollect Fathers in the summer of 1670, and, on the return of the Provincial, Father Allart, to France, became commissary and first superior of the mission, as well as confessor to Frontenac. He restored such missions as circumstances enabled him to begin, and guided his little flock with such moderation and skill in the troublous times on which he had fallen, that he acquired the veneration and respect of all parties. His moderation was not, indeed, liked by all, and a few years after Father Eustace Maupassant was sent out to succeed him, and the venerable Ribord was sent as missionary to Fort Frontenac, but not before he had witnessed the consecration of their church at Quebec. He was subsequently joined by Buisset and Hennepin, and consulting his zeal rather than his age, embarked with La Salle. The date of his death is September 9, 1680. He was then in the 70th year of his age, and had spent more than 40 in the religious state, and, as master of novices, trained many to imitate his zeal and virtues. This holy religious, with Membray, who was to perish in the same unknown way, are among the earliest missionaries of Illinois. We must admit that this good old man, quite extenuated like ourselves by want of everything, would not have been able to support the hardships we had to go through after that. The sieur de Tonty and de Boisrondet, and 2 other Frenchmen with myself, had still 80 leagues to make to the Potawatomis. Our canoe often failed us and leaked on all sides. After some days we had to leave it in the woods and make the rest of our journey by land, walking barefooted over the snow and ice. I made shoes for my companions and myself of Father Gabriel's cloak. As we had no compass, we frequently got lost, and found ourselves in the evening where we had started in the morning, with no other food than acorns and little roots. At last, after 15 days' march, we killed a deer, which was a great help to us. The sieur de Boisrondet lost us, and for at least 10 days we thought him dead. As he had a tin cup, he melted it to make balls for his gun, which had no flint. By firing it with a coal he killed some turkeys, on which he lived during that time. At last we fortunately met at the Potawatomi village, where their chief, Onangisay, quite well known among those nations, welcomed us most cordially. He used to say that he knew only 3 great captains, Monsieur de Frontenac, Monsieur de La Salle, and himself. This chief harangued all his people who contributed to furnish us food. Not one of us could stand for weakness. We were like skeletons, the sieur de Tonty extremely sick, but being a little recruited, I found some Indians going to the Bay of the Fetid, where the Jesuits have a house. This is more frank than Hennepin, who in his first edition mentions neither those at Green Bay nor those at Mackinac, and would have us believe that he was the only missionary to be found in these parts. In his last edition he acknowledges that he met his countryman, Father Pearson, at Mackinac. He must have passed Green Bay a few days before the arrival of Membray, which was about October 22nd, as Tonty seems to say, Volume 1, page 59, and Hennepin started for Green Bay by the Wisconsin in the close of September. They failed to meet at Mackinac also, for Hennepin left it at Easter, and Membray reached only on the octave of Corpus Christi. This will account for the silence of both as to each other. I accordingly set out for it, and cannot express the hardships I had to undergo on the way. The sieur de Tonty followed us soon after with the rest. We cannot sufficiently acknowledge the charity these good fathers displayed toward us until the thaws began, when we set out with Father Enjalran in a canoe for Missilimakinac, hoping to find news there from Canada. From the Illinois we had always followed the route by the north. Had God permitted us to take that by the south of Lake Dauphin, we should have met the sieur de La Salle, who was coming with well-furnished canoes from Fort Frontenac, and had gone by the south to the Illinois, where he expected to find us with all his people in good order as he had left us, when he started in the preceding year, March 2nd, 1680. This he told us himself when he arrived at Missilimakinac, about the middle of June, when he found us a little restored from our sufferings. I leave you to conceive our mutual joy, damped though it was by the narrative he made us of all his misfortunes, and by that we made him of our tragical adventures. He told us that after our departure from Fort Frontenac, they had excited his creditors before the time to seize his property and all his effects, on a rumor which had been spread that he had been drowned with all his people. He told us that his ship, the Griffin, had perished in the lakes a few days after leaving the Bay of the Fetid; that the captain, sailors, and more than 10,000 crowns in merchandise had been lost and never heard of. He had sent little fleets of canoes to trade right and left on Lake Frontenac; but these wretches, he told us, had profited by the principle and the trade, without his being able to obtain any justice from those who should have rendered it, notwithstanding all the efforts made by Monsieur de Frontenac, the governor, in his favour; that to complete his misfortunes, a vessel coming from France with a cargo for his account, amounting to 22,000 livres, had been wrecked on St. Peter's Islands in the Gulf of St. Lawrence; that canoes ascending from Montreal to Fort Frontenac, loaded with goods, had been lost in the rapids; in a word, that except the Count de Frontenac, all Canada seemed in league against his undertaking. The men he had brought from France had been seduced from him, some had run off with his goods to New York, and as regarded the Canadians who had joined him, means had been found to work upon them and draw them from his interests. Although he had left Fort Frontenac in his bark on the 23rd of July, 1680, he was detained on the lake by headwinds so that he could not reach the straits of Lake de Conty until the close of August. All seemed to oppose his undertaking. Embarking in the beginning of September, on Lake de Conty, he had been detained with Monsieur de la Forest, his lieutenant, and all his men at Missilimakinac, being unable to obtain corn for goods or money; but at last, as it was absolutely necessary, he was obliged, after 3 weeks' stay, to buy some for liquor, and in one day he got 60 sacks. He left there the 4th of October, and on the 28th of November reached the Miamis River, where he left a ship carpenter and some of his people; then pushing on, reached the Illinois on the 1st of December. There he was greatly surprised to find their great village burnt and empty. The rest of the time was spent in a journey to the Miamis River, where he went to join his men 40 leagues from the Illinois. Thence he passed to different tribes, among others to an Outagamis village, where he found some Illinois, who related to him the unhappy occurrences of the preceding year. He learned, moreover, that after our flight and departure from the Illinois, their warriors had returned from the Naduesio, where they had been at war, and that there had been several engagements with equal loss on both sides, and that, at last, of the 17 Illinois villages, the greater part had retired beyond the river Colbert, among the Osages, 200 leagues from their country, where too a part of the Iroquois had pursued them. At the same time, the Sieur de la Salle intrigued with the Outagamie chiefs, whom he drew into his interests and those of the Illinois. Thence he passed to the Miamis, whom he induced by presents and arguments to leave the Iroquois and join the Illinois. He sent 2 of his men and 2 Abenakis to announce this to the Illinois, and prevent new acts of hostility, and to recall the dispersed tribes. To strengthen both more, he sent others with presents to the Shawnees to invite them to come and join the Illinois against the Iroquois, who carried their wars even to them. All this had succeeded when Monsieur de la Salle left on the 22nd of May, 1681, to return to Missilimakinac, where he expected to find us. If we wish to settle in these parts, and see the faith make any progress, it is absolutely necessary to maintain peace and union among all these tribes, as well as among others more remote, against the common enemy, that is, the Iroquois, who never makes a real peace with any whom he has once beaten, or whom he hopes to overcome by the divisions which he artfully excites, so that we should be daily exposed to routs like that to which we were subjected last year. Monsieur de la Salle, convinced of this necessity, has, since our return, purchased the whole Illinois country, and has given cantons to the Shawnees, who there colonize in large families. The Sieur de la Salle related to us all his hardships and voyages, as well as all his misfortunes, and learned from us as many regarding him. Yet never did I remark in him the least alteration, always maintaining his ordinary coolness and self-possession. Any one but him would have renounced and abandoned the enterprise; but far from that, by a firmness of mind, and an almost unequalled constancy, I saw him more resolute than ever to continue his work, and to carry out his discovery. We accordingly left for Fort Frontenac, with his whole party, to adopt new measures to resume and complete our course with the help of Heaven, in which we put all our trust. End of Section 21. Section 22 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Narrative of La Salle's Voyage down the Mississippi. Narrative of La Salle's Voyage down the Mississippi by Father Zenobius Membray, Recollect. Monsieur La Salle, having arrived safely at the Miamis on the 3rd of November, 1681, began with his ordinary activity and vast mind to make all preparations for his departure. He selected 23 Frenchmen and 18 Mohegans and Abnakis, all inured to war. Footnote: The Mohegans, whose name is generally translated by old French writers, who call them loups or wolves, were hereditary enemies of the Iroquois. They were known to the French as early as the time of Champlain, who calls them Mygonathisois. It is needless here to follow the varieties in orthography which it underwent. The Iroquois called them Agotsagenans, Father Joquet's manuscript. Their relations with their European neighbors seem always to have been friendly, and they never apparently warred on either English, Dutch, or French, although their position between the Hudson and Connecticut exposed them to frequent occasions of trouble. Though never really the allies of the French, the hostility of the Iroquois to both brought them in contact, so that Mohegans frequently figure in small parties in French campaigns. The Abnakis were a people of Maine, and like the Mohegans of the Algonquin family. They were originally allies of the English, who called them Tarentines, but the unwise policy of the New England colonies compelled them to join the French. Their conversion to the Catholic religion, which they still profess, tended still more to embitter the colonies against them, and long and bloody wars resulted, in which the Abnakis, forsaken by the French, were at last humbled. They now form about 5 villages in Maine and Canada. The latter insisted on taking along 10 of their women to cook for them, as their custom is, while they are fishing or hunting. These women had 3 children, so that the whole party consisted of but 54 persons, including the Sieur de Tonty and the Sieur d'Autray, son of the late Sieur Bourdon, Procurator General of Quebec. On the 21st of December, I embarked with the Sieur de Tonty and a part of our people at Lake Dauphin, Michigan, to go toward the Divine River, called by the Indians Checagon, in order to make necessary arrangements for our voyage. The Sieur de la Salle joined us there with the rest of his troop on the 4th of January, 1682, and found that Tonty had had sleighs made to put all on and carry it over the Chicago, which was frozen. for though the winter in these parts is only 2 months long, it is notwithstanding very severe. We had to make a portage to enter the Illinois River, which we found also frozen. We made it on the 27th of the same month, and, dragging our canoes, baggage, and provisions, about 80 leagues on the river Seignelay, Illinois, which runs into the river Colbert, Mississippi, we traversed the great Illinois town without finding any one there, the Indians having gone to winter 30 leagues lower down on Lake Pimeteoe, Peoria, where Fort Crevecoeur stands. We found it in a good state, and La Salle left his orders here. As from this spot navigation is open at all seasons, and free from ice, we embarked in our canoes on the 6th of February, reached the mouth of the river Seignelay at 38 degrees north. The floating ice on the river Colbert at this place kept us till the 13th of the same month, when we set out, and 6 leagues lower down found the Osage, Missouri River, coming from the west. It is full as large as the river Colbert into which it empties, troubling it so that from the mouth of the Osage the water is hardly drinkable. The Indians assure us that this river is formed by many others, and that they ascend it for 10 or 12 days to a mountain where it rises; that beyond this mountain is the sea where they see great ships; that on the river are a great number of large villages, of many different nations; that there are arable and prairie lands, and abundance of cattle and beaver. Although this river is very large, the Colbert does not seem augmented by it, but pours in so much mud that from its mouth the water of the great river, whose bed is also slimy, is more like clear mud than river water, without changing at all till it reaches the sea, a distance of more than 300 leagues, although it receives 7 large rivers, the water of which is very beautiful, and which are almost as large as the Mississippi. On the 14th, 6 leagues further, we found on the east the village of the Tamarosas. The Tamarosas or Morosas were an Illinois tribe, who long had their village in this quarter. After their conversion to Christianity, they and the Cohocans were under the spiritual guidance of the priests of the Seminary of Foreign Missions. At this period no missionary had reached them. Who had gone to the chase. We left there marks of our peaceful coming, and signs of our route, according to practice in such voyages. We went slowly, because we were obliged to hunt and fish almost daily, not having been able to bring any provisions but Indian corn. 40 leagues from Tamaroa is the river Owabachi, Ohio, where we stopped. From the mouth of this river you must advance 42 leagues without stopping, because the banks are low and marshy, and full of thick foam, rushes, and walnut trees. On the 24th, those whom we sent to hunt all returned but Peter Prudhomme. The rest reported that they had seen an Indian trail, which made us suppose our Frenchmen killed or taken. This induced the Sieur de la Salle to throw up a fort and entrenchment, and to put some French and Indians on the trail. None relaxed their efforts until the 1st of March, when Gabriel Minime and 2 Mohegans took 2 of 5 Indians whom they discovered. They said that they belonged to the Chickasaw nation, and that their village was a day and a half off. After showing them every kindness, I set out with the Sieur de la Salle and half our party to go there, in hopes of learning some news of Prudhomme. But, after having traveled the distance stated, we showed the Indians that we were displeased with their duplicity. They then told us frankly that we were still 3 days off. These Indians generally count 10 or 12 leagues to a day. We returned to the camp, and one of the Indians having offered to remain while the other carried the news to the village, La Salle gave him some goods, and he set out after giving us to understand that we should meet their nation on the bank of the river as we descended. At last Prudhomme, who had been lost, was found on the 9th day, and brought back to the fort, so that we set out the next day, which was foggy. Having sailed 40 leagues till the 3rd of March, we heard drums beating and Sasakue war cries on our right. Perceiving that it was an Arkansas village, the Sieur de la Salle immediately passed over to the other side with all his force, and in less than an hour threw up a retrenched redoubt on a point, with palisades and felled trees to prevent a surprise, and give the Indians time to recover confidence. He then made some of his party advance on the bank of the river, and invite the Indians to come to us. The chief sent out a periagua. These are large wooden canoes, made of a hollow tree like little bateaux, which came within gunshot. We offered them the calumet of peace, and 2 Indians advancing, by signs invited the French to come to them. On this the Sieur de la Salle sent a Frenchman and 2 Abnakis, who were received and regaled with many tokens of friendship. 6 of the principal men brought him back in the same periagua, and came into the redoubt, where the Sieur de la Salle made them presents of tobacco and some goods. On their side they gave us some slaves, and the most important chief invited us to go to the village to refresh ourselves, which we readily did. All those of the village, except the women, who had at first taken flight, came to the bank of the river to receive us. Here they built us cabins, brought us wood to burn, and provisions in abundance. For 3 days they feasted us constantly. The women now returned, brought us Indian corn, beans, flour, and various kinds of fruits, and we, in return, made them other little presents, which they admired greatly. These Indians do not resemble those at the north, who are all sad and severe in their temper. These are far better made, honest, liberal, and gay. Even the young are so modest, that though they had a great desire to see La Salle, they kept quietly at the doors, not daring to come in. We saw great numbers of domestic fowls, flocks of turkeys, tame bustards, many kinds of fruits, peaches already formed on the trees, although it was only the beginning of March. On the 14th of the same month, the Sieur de la Salle took possession of this country with great ceremony. He planted a cross, and set up the king's arms, at which the Indians showed a great joy. You can talk much to Indians by signs, and those with us managed to make themselves a little understood in their language. I took occasion to explain something of the truth of God, and the mysteries of our redemption, of which they saw the arms. During this time they showed us that they relished what I said, by raising their eyes to heaven and kneeling as if to adore. We also saw them rub their hands over their bodies after rubbing them over the cross. In fact, on our return from the sea, we found that they had surrounded the cross with a palisade. They finally gave us provisions and men to conduct us and serve as interpreters with the Taensa, their allies, who are 80 leagues distant from their village. On the 17th we continued our route, and 6 leagues lower down we found another village of the same Arkansas nation, and then another 3 leagues lower, the people of which were of the same kind, and received us most hospitably. Footnote: amid the conflict of names to be found in the early narratives, it is a relief to meet so much uniformity relative to the Arkansas. It is not, indeed, easy to recognize them in the Quigata, Quipana, Pacaha, or Cayas of De Soto's expedition. Marquette, in his journal, first gives the names Akamsea, which has remained to this day on his map. He gives near them the Papacaha and the Atotchatsi. Father Membray here mentions 3 towns of the tribe, but does not name them. Tonty does, and has on the Mississippi the Kappas, and inland the Toyangan or Tongenga, or the Toriman, and the Osatonoi or Asatone. The latter is, indeed, his post, but old deeds show a village lay opposite, which probably gave its name. On the next expedition, Father Anastasius writes Kappa, Doginga, Toriman, and Osoteoes, which Youtel repeats, changing Doginga to Tongenga, and Osoteoes to Otsochove. In 1721, Father Charlevoix writes them the Kappas, Torimans, Topingas, and Sothui, adding another tribe, the Oiapes, though there were still but 4 villages. In 1729, Father Poisson places them all on the Arkansas, the Torimans and the Toningas 9 leagues from the mouth by the lower branch, the Southoui 3 leagues further, and the Kappas still higher up. The only material difference is in the Otochatsi, Ostochove, Osteoes, Osotonoi, Esotue, or Southoui, in which, however, there is similarity enough to establish identity. They call themselves Oguapas, and never use the term Arkansas. We gave them presents and tokens of our coming in peace and friendship. On the 22nd we reached the Tayensa, who dwell around a little lake formed in the land by the river Mississippi. They have 8 villages. The walls of their houses are made of earth mixed with straw, the roof is of canes, which form a dome adorned with paintings. They have wooden beds, and much other furniture, and even ornaments in their temples, where they inter the bones of their chiefs. They are dressed in white blankets made of the bark of a tree which they spin. Their chief is absolute, and disposes of all without consulting anybody. He is attended by slaves, as are all his family. Food is brought him outside his cabin. Drink is given him in a particular cup, with much neatness. His wives and children are similarly treated, and the other Tayensa address him with respect and ceremony. The Sieur de la Salle, being fatigued and unable to go into the town, sent in the Sieur de Tonty and myself with presents. The chief of this nation, not content with sending him provisions and other presents, wished also to see him, and accordingly, 2 hours before the time, a master of ceremonies came, followed by 6 men. He made them clear the way he was to pass, prepare a place, and cover it with a delicately worked cane mat. The chief who came some time after was dressed in a fine white cloth or blanket. He was preceded by 2 men carrying fans of white feathers. A third carried a copper plate and a round one of the same metal, both highly polished. He maintained a very grave demeanor during this visit, which was, however, full of confidence and marks of friendship. The whole country is covered with palm trees, laurels of 2 kinds, plums, peaches, mulberry, apple, and pear trees of every kind. There are also 5 or 6 kinds of nut trees, some of which bear nuts of extraordinary size. They also gave us several kinds of dried fruit to taste. We found them large and good. They have also many other kinds of fruit trees which I never saw in Europe, but the season was too early to allow us to see the fruit. We observed vines already out of blossom. The mind and character of this people appeared on the whole docile and manageable, and even capable of reason. I made them understand all I wished about our mysteries. They conceived pretty well the necessity of a God, the creator and director of all, but attribute this divinity to the sun. Religion may be greatly advanced among them, as well as among the Akansa, both these nations being half civilized. Our guides would go no further for fear of falling into the hands of their enemies, for the people on one shore are generally enemies of those on the other. There are 40 villages on the east and 34 on the west, of all of which we were told the names. The 26th of March, resuming our course, we perceived, 12 leagues lower down, a periagua or wooden canoe, to which the Sieur de Tonty gave chase, till approaching the shore we perceived a great number of Indians. The Sieur de la Salle, with his usual precaution, turned to the opposite banks, and then sent the calumet of peace by the Sieur de Tonty. Some of the chief men crossed the river to come to us as good friends. They were fishermen of the Natchez tribe, Natchez, enemies of the Taensa. Although their village lay 3 leagues inland, the sieur de la Salle did not hesitate to go there with a part of our force. We slept there, and received as kindly a welcome as we could expect. The sieur de la Salle, whose very air, engaging manners, and skilful mind command alike love and respect, so impressed the heart of these Indians that they did not know how to treat us well enough. They would gladly have kept us with them, and even in sign of their esteem, that night informed the Coroa. Marquette's map mentions this tribe as lying inland, on the western side. He writes it a Coroa. Their ally, whose chief and head men came the next day to the village, where they paid their obeisance to the king of the French, in the person of the sieur de la Salle, who was well able to exalt in every quarter the power and glory of his nation. After having planted the king's arms under the cross, and made presents to the Natchez, we returned to the camp the next day with the head men of the town, and the Coroa chief, who accompanied us to his village, situated 10 leagues below, on a beautiful eminence, surrounded on one side by fine corn lands, and on the other by beautiful prairies. This chief presented the sieur de la Salle with a calumet, and feasted him and all his party. We here, as elsewhere, made presents in return. They told us that we had still 10 days to sail to the sea. The Chickasaw, whom we had brought thus far, obtained leave to remain in the village, which we left on Easter Sunday, the 29th of March, after having celebrated the divine mysteries for the French, and fulfilled the duties of good Christians. For our Indians, though not of the most advanced and best instructed, were not yet capable. About 6 leagues below, the river divides into 2 arms, or channels, forming a great island, which must be more than 60 leagues long. We followed the channel on the right, although we had intended to take the other, but passed it in a fog without seeing it. We had a guide with us, who pointed it out by signs, but his canoe being then behind, those in it neglected when the old Indian told them to overtake us, for we were considerably ahead. We were informed that, on the other channel, there were 10 different nations, numerous and well disposed. On the 2nd of April, after having sailed 40 leagues, we perceived some fishermen on the bank of the river. They took flight, and we immediately after heard Sassacowest, that is, war cries and beating of drums. It was the Quinpissa nation. 4 Frenchmen were sent to offer them the calumet of peace, with orders not to fire, but they had to return in hot haste, because the Indians let fly a shower of arrows at them. 4 of our Mohegans, who went soon after, met no better welcome. This obliged the sieur de la Salle to continue his route, till 2 leagues lower down we entered the village of the Tangabao, called in act of possession Mahuala, which had been recently sacked and plundered. We found there 3 cabins full of human bodies dead for 15 or 16 days. At last, after a navigation of about 40 leagues, we arrived on the 6th of April at a point where the river divides into 3 channels. The sieur de la Salle divided his party the next day into 3 bands, to go and explore them. He took the western, the sieur Dautray the southern, the sieur Tonty, whom I accompanied, the middle one. These 3 channels are beautiful and deep. The water is brackish. After advancing 2 leagues it became perfectly salt, and advancing on we discovered the open sea, that on the 9th of April, with all possible solemnity, we performed the ceremony of planting the cross and raising the arms of France. After we had chanted the hymn of the church, Vexilla Regis, and the Te Deum, the sieur de la Salle, in the name of his Majesty, took possession of that river, of all rivers that enter it, and of all the country watered by them. An authentic act was drawn up, signed by all of us there, and amid a volley from our muskets a leaden plate inscribed with the arms of France and the names of those who had just made the discovery, was deposited in the earth. The Sieur de la Salle, who always carried an astrolabe, took the latitude of the mouth. Although he kept to himself the exact point, we have learned that the river falls into the Gulf of Mexico between 27 and 28 degrees north, and, as is thought, at the point where maps lay down the Rio Escondido. This mouth is about 30 leagues distant from the Rio Bravo, Rio Grande, 60 from the Rio de Palmas, and 90 or 100 leagues from the river Panuco, Tampico, where the nearest Spanish post on the coast is situated. We reckoned that Espiritu Santo Bay, Apalachee Bay, lay northeast of the mouth. From the Illinois River, we always went south or southwest. The river winds a little, preserves to the sea its breadth of about a quarter of a league, is everywhere very deep, without banks, or any obstacle to navigation, although the contrary has been published. Footnote: We do not know to what Father Membray refers. Marquette's work makes no such assertion of the Mississippi. Hennepin, indeed, says that an Illinois had so stated before La Salle went down. End footnote. This river is reckoned 800 leagues long. We traveled at least 350 from the mouth of the river Seignelay. We were out of provisions, and found only some dried meat at the mouth, which we took to appease our hunger. But soon after perceiving it to be human flesh, we left the rest to our Indians. It was very good and delicate. At last, on the 10th of April, we began to remount the river, living only on potatoes and crocodiles, alligators. The country is so bordered with canes, and so low in this part, that we could not hunt without a long halt. On the 12th we slept at the village of the Tangabao, and as the Sieur de la Salle wished to have corn willingly or by force, our Abnakis perceived, on the 13th, as we advanced, a great smoke near. We thought that this might be the Quinipissa, who had fired on us some days before. Those whom we sent out to reconnoitre brought in 4 women of the nation, on the morning of the 14th, and we went and encamped opposite the village. After dinner, some periaguas came toward us, to brave us, but the Sieur de la Salle having advanced in person with the calumet of peace, on their refusal to receive it, a gun was fired, which terrified these savages who had never seen firearms. They called it thunder, not understanding how a wooden stick could vomit fire and kill people so far off without touching them. This obliged the Indians to take flight, although in great force, armed in their manner. At last the Sieur de la Salle followed them to the other side, and put one woman on the shore with a present of axes, knives, and beads, giving her to understand that the other 3 should follow soon, if she brought some Indian corn. The next day, a troop of Indians having appeared, the Sieur de la Salle went to meet them, and concluded a peace, receiving and giving hostages. He then encamped near the village, and they brought us some little corn. We at last went up to the village, where these Indians had prepared us a feast in their fashion. They had notified their allies and neighbors, so that, when we went to enjoy the banquet in a large square, we saw a confused mass of armed savages arrive one after another. We were, however, welcomed by the chiefs, but having ground for suspicion, each kept his gun ready, and the Indians seeing it durst not attack us. The Sieur de la Salle retired with all his people, and his hostages, into his camp, and gave up the Quinipissa women. The next morning before daybreak, our sentinel reported that he heard a noise among the canes on the banks of the river. The Sieur d'Autrey said that it was nothing, but the Sieur de la Salle, always on the alert, having already heard noise, called to arms. As we instantly heard war cries, and arrows were fired from quite near us, we kept up a brisk fire, although it began to rain. Day broke, and after 2 hours fighting, and the loss of 10 men killed on their side, and many wounded, they took to flight, without any of us having been injured. Our people wished to go and burn the village of these traitors, but the sieur de la Salle prudently wished only to make himself formidable to this nation, without exasperating it, in order to manage them in time of need. We, however, destroyed many of their canoes. They were near, but contented themselves with running away and shouting. Our Mohegans took only 2 scalps. We set out then the evening of the same day, the 18th of April, and arrived on the 1st of May at the Coroa, after having suffered much from want of provisions. The Coroa had been notified by the Quinipissa, their allies, and had, with the intention of avenging them, assembled Indians of several villages, making a very numerous army, which appeared on the shores, and often approached us to reconnoitre. As this nation had contracted friendship with us on our voyage down, we were not a little surprised at the change; but they told us the reason, which obliged us to keep on our guard. The sieur de la Salle even advanced intrepidly, so that the Indians durst not undertake anything. When we passed going down, we were pretty well provided with Indian corn, and had put a quantity in cache, pretty near their village. We found it in good condition, and having taken it up, continued our route; but were surprised to see the Indian corn at this place, which, the 29th of March, was just sprouting from the ground, already fit to eat, and we then learned that it ripened in 50 days. We also remarked other corn 4 inches above ground. We set out then the same day, the 1st of May, in the evening, and after seeing several different nations on the following days, and renewed our alliance with the Tainsa, who received us perfectly well, we arrived at the Akansa, where we were similarly received. We left it on the 18th. The sieur de la Salle went on with 2 canoes of our Mohegans, and pushed on to 100 leagues below the river Seignelay, where he fell sick. We joined him there with the rest of the troop on the 2nd of June. As his malady was dangerous, and brought him to extremity, unable to advance any further, he was obliged to send forward the sieur de Tonty for the Illinois and Miami, to take up our caches, and put everything in order, appointing Tonty to command there. But at last the malady of the sieur de la Salle, which lasted 40 days, during which I assisted him to my utmost, having somewhat abated, we started at the close of July by slow journeys. At the end of September we reached the Miami River, where we learned of several military expeditions made by the sieur de Tonty after he had left us. He had left the sieur d'Autrey and the sieur Cochi among the Miamis, and other people among the Illinois, with 200 new cabins of Indians, who were going to repeople that nation. The said sieur de Tonty pushed on to Missilimakinac, to render an account, more at hand, of our discovery to the governor, the Count de Frontenac, on behalf of the sieur de la Salle, who prepared to retrace his steps to the sea the next spring with a larger force, and families to begin establishments. The river Seignelay is very beautiful, especially below the Illinois, wide and deep, forming 2 lakes as far as the sea, jusqu'à la mer, edged with hills, covered with beautiful trees of all kinds, whence you discern vast prairies on which herds of wild cattle pasture in confusion. The river often overflows, and renders the country around marshy for 20 or 30 leagues from the sea. [Footnote: I cannot see what he means by the term sea in these 2 places, unless in the former it means the mouth, and in the latter the bed of the river.] The soil around is good, capable of producing all that can be desired for subsistence. We even found hemp there growing wild, much finer than that of Canada. The whole country on this river is charming in its aspect. It is the same with what we have visited on the river Colbert. When you are 20 or 30 leagues below the Maroa, The banks are full of canes till you reach the sea, except in 15 or 20 places where there are very pretty hills and spacious, convenient landing places. The inundation does not extend far, and behind these drowned lands you see the finest country in the world. Our hunters, French and Indian, were delighted with it. For an extent of at least 200 leagues in length, and as much in breadth, as we were told, there are vast fields of excellent land, diversified here and there with pleasing hills, lofty woods, groves through which you might ride on horseback, so clear and unobstructed are the paths. These little forests also line the rivers which intersect the country in various places, and which abound in fish. The crocodiles are dangerous here, so much that in some parts no one would venture to expose himself, or even put his hand out of his canoe. The Indians told us that these animals often dragged in their people, where they could anywhere get hold of them. The fields are full of all kinds of game, wild cattle, stags, does, deer, bears, turkeys, partridges, parrots, quails, woodcock, wild pigeons, and ring-doves. There are also beaver, otters, martens, till 100 leagues below the Maroa, especially on the river of the Missouri, the Owabachi, that of the Chiposio, the Cumberland, which is opposite it, and on all the smaller ones in this part, but we could not learn that there were any beavers on this side toward the sea. There are no wild beasts, formidable to man. That which is called mishibishi never attacks men, although it devours the strongest beasts. Its head is like that of a lynx, though much larger; the body long and large like a deer's, but much more slender; the legs also shorter, the paws like that of a wildcat, but much larger, with longer and stronger claws, which it uses to kill the beasts it would devour. It eats a little, then carries off the rest on its back, and hides it under some leaves, where ordinarily no other beast of prey touches it. Its skin and tail resemble those of a lion, to which it is inferior only in size. The cattle of this country surpasses ours in size. Their head is monstrous, and their look frightful, on account of the long black hair with which it is surrounded, and which hangs below the chin, and along the houghs of this animal. It has on the back a kind of upright crests, costae, of which that nearest the neck is longest, the others diminish gradually to the middle of the back. The hair is fine, and scarce inferior to wool. The Indians wear their skins, which they dress very neatly with earth, which serves also for paint. These animals are easily approached, and never fly from you. They could be easily domesticated. There is another little animal, the opossum, like a rat, though as large as a cat, with silvery hair sprinkled with black. The tail is bare, as thick as a large finger, and about a foot long. With this it suspends itself, when it is on the branches of trees. It has under the belly a kind of pouch where it carries its young when pursued. The Indians assured us that inland, toward the west, there are animals on which men ride, and which carry very heavy loads. They described them as horses, and showed us 2 feet which were actually hoofs of horses. We observed everywhere wood of various kinds fit for every use, and among others the most beautiful cedars in the world, and another kind shedding an abundance of gum, as pleasant to burn as the best French pastilles. We also remarked everywhere hemlocks, and many other pretty large trees with white bark. The cottonwood trees are large. Of these the Indians dig out canoes 40 or 50 feet long, and have sometimes fleets of 150 below their villages. We saw every kind of tree fit for shipbuilding. There is also plenty of hemp for cordage, and tar might be made remarkably near the sea. You meet prairies everywhere, sometimes of 15 or 20 leagues front, and 3 or 4 deep, ready to receive the plow. The soil excellent, capable of supporting great colonies. Beans grow wild, and the stalk lasts several years, always bearing fruit. It is thicker than an arm, and runs up like ivy to the top of the highest trees. The peach trees are quite like those of France, and very good. They are so loaded with fruit that the Indians have to prop up those they cultivate in their clearings. There are whole forests of very fine mulberries, of which we ate the fruit from the month of May. Many plum trees and other fruit trees, some known and others unknown in Europe. Vines, pomegranates, and horse chestnuts are common. They raise 3 or 4 crops of corn a year. I have already stated that I saw some ripe, while more was sprouting. Winter is known only by the rains. We had not time to look for mines. We only found coal in several places. The Indians who had lead and copper wished to lead us to many places whence they take it. There are quarries of very fine stone, black and white marble, yet the Indians do not use it. These tribes, though savage, seem generally of very good dispositions, affable, obliging, and docile. They have no true idea of religion by a regular worship, but we remarked some confused ideas, and a particular veneration they had for the sun, which they recognize as him who made and preserves all. It is surprising how different their language is from that of tribes not 10 leagues off. They manage, however, to understand each, and besides, there is always some interpreter of one nation residing in another, when they are allies, and who acts as a kind of consul. They are very different from our Canada Indians in their houses, dress, manners, inclinations, and customs, and even in the form of the head, for theirs is very flat. They have large public squares, games, assemblies. They seem lively and active. Their chiefs possess all the authority. No one would dare pass between the chiefs and the cane torch which burns in his cabin, and is carried before him when he goes out. All make a circuit around it with some ceremony. The chiefs have their valets and officers, who follow them and serve them everywhere. They distribute their favors and presents at will. In a word, we generally found them to be men. We saw none who knew firearms, or even iron or steel articles, using stone knives and hatchets. This was quite contrary to what had been told us, when we were assured that they traded with the Spaniards, who were said to be only 25 or 30 leagues off. They had axes, guns, and all commodities found in Europe. Footnote. Here again it is difficult to decide whether he alludes to Marquette or some other account that may have been given. Father Marquette found some guns rather for show than for use in the hands of the first Illinois party, west of the Mississippi, which Father Membray did not visit. He also met a tribe coming from the east to war on the Mississippi tribes, also supplied with firearms. These Father Membray did not meet. As to the Arkansas, Marquette states that he found among them knives, axes, and beads, bought from other Indian tribes on the east and from the Illinois. Speaking of their trade, he makes no allusions to the Spaniards, although he must have supposed that the lower tribes traded with either Florida or Mexico. It is somewhat strange that Father Membray, who here seems to make light of Marquette's fear of being taken and held a prisoner by the Spaniards, should have escaped only by a bloody death the detention to which the survivors of Fort St. Louis were subjected. End footnote. We found, indeed, tribes that had bracelets of real pearls, but they pierce them when hot, and thus spoil them. Monsieur de la Salle brought some with him. The Indians told us that their warriors brought them from very far, in the direction of the sea, and received them in exchange from some nations apparently on the Florida side. There are many other things which our people observed on advancing a little into the country to hunt, or which we learned from the tribes through whom we passed, but I should be tedious were I to detail them, and besides the particulars should be better known. To conclude, Our expedition of discovery was accomplished without having lost any of our men, French or Indian, and without anybody's being wounded, for which we were indebted to the protection of the Almighty, and the great capacity of Monsieur de la Salle. I will say nothing here of conversions. Formerly the apostles had but to enter a country, when on the first publication of the gospel, great conversions were seen. I am but a miserable sinner, infinitely destitute of the merits of the apostles. But we must also acknowledge that these miraculous ways of grace are not attached to the exercise of our ministry. God employs an ordinary and common way, following which I contented myself with announcing, as well as I could, the principal truths of Christianity to the nations I met. The Illinois language served me about 100 leagues down the river, and I made the rest understand by gestures and some term in their dialect which I insensibly picked up. But I cannot say that my little efforts produced certain fruits. With regard to these people, perhaps, some one by a secret effect of grace has profited. God only knows. All we have done has been to see the state of these tribes, and to open the way to the gospel and to missionaries. Having baptized only 2 infants, whom I saw struggling with death, and who, in fact, died in our presence. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Section 23. Account of La Salle's attempt to reach the Mississippi by sea, and of the establishment of a French colony in St. Louis Bay, by Father Christian Leclerc. The first design of the Sieur de La Salle has been to find the long-sought passage to the Pacific Ocean, and although the river Colbert, Mississippi, does not lead to it, yet this great man had so much talent and courage that he hoped to find it, if it were possible, as he would have done had God spared his life. The Illinois territory and vast countries around being the center of his discovery, he spent there the winter, summer, and beginning of autumn 1683 in establishing his posts. He at last left Monsieur de Tonty as commandant, and resolved to return to France to render an account of his fulfillment of the royal orders. He reached Quebec early in November, and Rochelle, France, on the 23rd of December. His design was to go by sea to the mouth of the river Colbert, and there found powerful colonies under the good pleasure of the king. These proposals were favorably received by Monsieur de Seignelay, Minister and Secretary of State, and Superintendent of Commerce and Navigation in France. His Majesty accepted them, and condescended to favor the undertaking not only by new powers and commissions, which he conferred upon him, but also by the help of vessels, troops, and money, which his royal liberality furnished him. The first care of the Sieur de La Salle, after being invested with these powers, was to provide for the spiritual, to advance especially the glory of God in this enterprise. He turned to 2 different bodies of missionaries in order to obtain men able to labor in the salvation of souls, and lay the foundations of Christianity in this savage land. He accordingly applied to Monsieur Tronçon, Superior General of the clergymen of the Seminary of Saint-Sulpice, who willingly took part in the work of God, and appointed 3 of his ecclesiastics full of zeal, virtue, and capacity, to commence these new missions. They were Monsieur Cavelier, brother of the Sieur de La Salle, Monsieur Chef de Ville, his relative, and Monsieur de Mailleul, all 3 priests. As for nearly 10 years, the Recollects had endeavored to second the designs of the Sieur de La Salle for the glory of God and the sanctification of souls throughout the vast countries of Louisiana, depending on him from Fort Frontenac, and had accompanied him on his expeditions, in which our Father Gabriel was killed. He made it an essential point to take some one of our fathers to labor in concert to establish the kingdom of God in these new countries. For this purpose he applied to the Reverend Father Hyacinthe Lefebvre, who had been twice provincial of our province of St. Anthony in Artois, and was then for the second time provincial of that of Saint Denis in France, who, wishing to second with all his power the pious intentions of the Sieur de la Salle, granted him the religious he asked, namely, Father Zenobius Membray, superior of the mission, and Fathers Maximus Leclerc and Anastasius Douay, all three of our province of St. Anthony, the first having been for 4 years the inseparable companion of the Sieur de la Salle during his discovery on land. The second had served for 5 years with great edification in Canada, especially in the mission of the 7 Islands, and Anticosti. Father Denis Morguet was added as a 4th priest, but that religious finding himself extremely sick on the 3rd day after embarking, he was obliged to give up and return to his province. The Reverend Father Provincial had informed the congregation De Propaganda Fide of this mission, to obtain necessary authority for the exercise of our ministry. He received decrees in due form, which we will place at the end of the chapter, not to interrupt the reader's attention here. His Holiness Innocent XI added by an express brief authentic powers and permissions in 26 articles, as the Holy See is accustomed to grant to missionaries whose remoteness makes it immorally impossible to recur to the authority of the ordinary. It was granted against the opposition of the Bishop of Quebec, Cardinal d'Estrées, having shown that the distance from Quebec to the mouth of the river was more than 800 or 900 leagues by land. Footnote. Similar opposition compelled the first Jesuits in Louisiana to leave soon after their arrival with Iberville. End footnote. The hopes that were then justly founded on this famous expedition induced many young gentlemen to join the Sieur de la Salle as volunteers. He chose 12 who seemed most resolute, among them the Sieur de Moranger and the Sieur Cavalier, his nephews, the latter only 14 years of age. The little fleet was fitted out at Rochelle, to be composed of 4 vessels, the Jolie, a royal ship, a frigate called the Belle, a store ship called the Aimable, and a ketch called the St. Francis. The royal vessel was commanded by Captain de Beaujeu, a Norman gentleman known for valour and experience, and his meritorious services. His lieutenant was Monsieur le Chevalier d'Air, now captain in the navy, and son of the Dean of the Parliament of Metz. The Sieur de Hamel, a young gentleman of Brouage, full of fire and courage, was ensign. Would to God the troops and the rest of the crew had been as well chosen. Those who were appointed, while Monsieur de la Salle was at Paris, picked up 150 soldiers, mere wretched beggars soliciting alms, many too deformed and unable to fire a musket. The Sieur de la Salle had also given orders at Rochelle to engage 3 or 4 mechanics in each trade. The selection was, however, so bad, that when they came to the destination and they were set to work, it was seen that they knew nothing at all. 8 or 10 families of very good people presented themselves and offered to go and begin the colonies. Their offer was accepted, and great advances made to them, as well as to the artisans and soldiers. All being ready, they sailed on the 24th of July, 1684. A storm which came on a few days later obliged them to put in at Chef de Bois to repair one of their masts broken in the gale. They set sail again on the 1st of August, steering for St. Domingo. But a second storm overtook them and dispersed them on the 14th of September, the Aimable and the Belle alone remaining together. Reached Petite Goave in St. Domingo, when they fortunately found the Jolie. The St. Francis, being loaded with goods and effects, and unable to follow the others, had put in at Port de Paix, whence she sailed after the storm was over to join the fleet at the rendezvous. But as during the night, while quite calm, the captain and crew, thinking themselves in safety, were perfectly off their guard, they were surprised by 2 Spanish periaguas, which took the ketch. This was the first mishap which befell the voyage, a disaster which caused universal consternation in the party, and much grief to the Sieur de la Salle, who was just recovering from a dangerous malady which had brought him to the verge of the grave. They stayed indeed some time at St. Domingo, where they laid in provisions, a store of Indian corn, and of all kinds of domestic animals to stock the new country. Monsieur de Saint Laurent, Governor-General of the Isles, Bégon, Intendant, and de Coucy, Governor of St. Domingo, favoured them in every way, and even restored the reciprocal understanding so necessary to succeed in such undertakings. But the soldiers and most of the crew, having plunged into every kind of debauchery and intemperance, so common in those parts, were so ruined and contracted such a dangerous disorder that some died in the island and others never recovered. The little fleet, thus reduced to 3 vessels, weighed anchor November 25th 1684, and pursued its way quite successfully along the Cayman Isles, and passing by the Isle of Peace (Pines), after anchoring there a day to take in water, reached Port San Antonio on the island of Cuba, where the 3 ships immediately anchored. The beauty and allurement of the spot, and its advantageous position, induced them to stay and even land. For some unknown reason, the Spaniards had abandoned there several kinds of provisions, and among the rest some Spanish wine, which they took, and after 2 days' repose, left to continue the voyage to the Gulf of Mexico. The Sieur de la Salle, although very clear-headed and not easily misled, had, however, too easily believed the advice given him by some persons in St. Domingo. He discovered too late that all the sailing directions given him were absolutely false. The fear of being injured by northerly winds, said to be very frequent and dangerous at the entrance of the Gulf, made them twice lie to. But the discernment and courage of the Sieur de la Salle made them try the passage a 3rd time, and they entered happily on the 1st of January, 1685, when Father Anastasius celebrated a solemn mass as a thanksgiving. After which, continuing the route, they arrived in 15 days in sight of the coast of Florida, when a violent wind forced the Jolie to stand off, the storeship and frigate coasting along, the Sieur de la Salle being anxious to follow the shore. He had been persuaded at St. Domingo that the Gulf Stream ran with incredible rapidity toward the Bahama Channel. This false advice set him entirely astray, for thinking himself much further north than he was, he not only passed Espiritu Santo Bay, Appalachie, without recognizing it, but even followed the coast far beyond the river Colbert, and would have continued to follow it had they not perceived by its turning south, and by the latitude, that they were more than 40 or 50 leagues from the mouth, the more so as the river, before emptying into the Gulf, coasts along the shore of the Gulf to the west, and as longitude is unknown to pilots, it proved that he had greatly passed his parallel lines. The vessels at last, in the middle of February, met at Espiritu Santo Bay, where there was an almost continual roadstead. They resolved to return whence they came, and advanced 10 or 12 leagues to a bay which they called St. Louis Bay, St. Bernard. As provisions began to fail, the soldiers had already landed. The Sieur de la Salle explored and sounded the bay, which is a league broad, with a good bottom. He thought that it might be the right arm of the river Colbert. He brought the frigate in without accident on the 18th of February. The channel is deep, so deep, in fact, that even on the sandbar, which in a manner bars the entrance, there are 12 or 15 feet of water at low tide. The Sieur de la Salle, having ordered the captain of the storeship not to enter without the pilot of the frigate, in whom he put all confidence, to unload his cannon and water into the boats to lighten his cargo, and lastly, to follow exactly the channel staked out, none of his orders were executed, and the faithless man, in spite of the advice given him by a sailor who was at the maintop to keep off, drove his vessel on the shoals where he touched and stranded, and so that it was impossible to get off. La Salle was on the seashore when he saw this deplorable manoeuvre, and was embarking to remedy it, when he saw 100 or 120 Indians come. He had to put all under arms, the roll of the drum put the savages to flight. He followed them, presented the calumet of peace, and conducted them to their camp, regaled them, and even made them presents. And the Sieur de la Salle gained them, so that an alliance was made with them. They brought meat to the camp the following days. He bought some of their canoes, and there was every reason to expect much from this necessary union. Misfortune would have it that a bale of blanketing from the wreck was thrown on shore. Some days after, a party of Indians seized it. The Sieur de la Salle ordered his men to get it out of their hands peacefully. They did just the contrary. The commander presented his musket as if about to fire. This so alarmed them that they regarded us only as enemies. Provoked to fury, they assembled on the night of the 6th and 7th of March, and finding the sentinel asleep, poured in a destructive volley of arrows. Our men ran to arms, the noise of musketry put them to flight, after they had killed on the spot the Sieurs Horry and Desloges, 2 cadet volunteers, and dangerously wounded the Sieur de Moranger, lieutenant and nephew of the Sieur de la Salle, and the Sieur Gayen, a volunteer. The next day they killed 2 more of our men whom they found sleeping on the shore. Meanwhile the storeship remained more than 3 weeks at the place of its wreck, without going to pieces, but full of water. They saved all they could in periaguas and boats, when a calm allowed them to reach it. One day, Father Zenobius having passed in a boat, it was dashed to pieces against the vessel by a sudden gust of wind. All quickly got on board, but the good father, who remained last to save the rest, would have been drowned, had not a sailor thrown him a rope, with which he drew himself up as he was sinking. At last, Monsieur de Beaujeu sailed in the Jolie with all his party on the 12th of March to return to France. [Footnote: Leclerc, it will be observed, is silent as to the misunderstanding between La Salle and Beaujeu, which is mentioned by others, and borne out by the letters of the latter. To him must in no small degree be ascribed the failure of La Salle's attempt. For the detail of their disagreement, see Sparks's excellent Life of La Salle and Joutel's Journal in Historical Collection of Louisiana. And the Sieur de La Salle, having thrown up a house with planks and pieces of timber to put his men and goods in safety, left 100 men under the command of the Sieur de Moranger, and set out with 50 others. The Sieur Cavelier and Fathers Zenobius and Maximus intending to seek at the extremity of the bay, the mouth of the river, and a proper place to fix his colony. The captain of the frigate had orders to sound the bay in boats, and to bring his vessel in as far as he could. He followed 12 leagues along the coast, which runs from southeast to northwest, and anchored opposite a point to which the Sieur Eurier gave his name. He was appointed commander there, this post serving as a station between the naval camp and the one the Sieur de La Salle went, on the 2nd of April, to form at the extremity of the bay, 2 leagues up a beautiful river called Cow River, from the great number of those wild animals they found there. Our people were attacked there by a party of Indians, but repulsed them. On the 21st, Holy Saturday, the Sieur de La Salle came to the naval camp, where the next day and the 3 following those great festivals were celebrated with all possible solemnity, each one receiving his Creator. The following days all the effects, and generally all that could be of service to the camp of the Sieur de La Salle, were transferred from those of the Sieurs de Moranger and Eurier, which were destroyed. For a month the Sieur de La Salle made them work in cultivating the ground, but neither the grain nor the vegetables sprouted, either because they were damaged by the salt water, or because, as was afterward remarked, it was not the right season. The fort, which was built in an advantageous position, was soon in a state of defence, furnished with 12 pieces of cannon, and a magazine underground for fear of fire, in which all the effects were safely deposited. The maladies which the soldiers had contracted at St. Domingo were visibly carrying them off, and 100 died in a few days, notwithstanding all the relief afforded by broths, preserves, treacle, and wine which were given them. On the 9th of August, 1685, 3 of our Frenchmen being at the chase, which is plentiful in these parts, in all kinds of game and deer, were surrounded by several troops of armed savages, but our men, putting themselves on the defensive, first killed the chief and scalped him. This spectacle terrified and scattered the enemy, who, nevertheless, some time after, surprised and killed one of our Frenchmen. On the 13th of October, the Sieur de La Salle, seeing himself constantly insulted by the savages, and wishing, moreover, to have some of their canoes by force or consent, as he could not do without them, resolved to make open war on them in order to bring them to an advantageous peace. He set out with 60 men armed with wooden corslets to protect them against arrows, and arrived where they had gathered. In different engagements by day and night he put some to flight, wounded several, killed some. Others were taken, among the rest some children, one of whom, a girl 3 or 4 years old, was baptized and died some days after, as the first fruits of this mission, and a sure conquest sent to heaven. The colonists now built houses, and formed fields by clearing the ground, the grain sowed succeeding better than the first. They crossed to the other side of the bay in canoes, and found on a large river a plentiful chase, especially of cattle and turkeys. In the fort they raised all kinds of domestic animals, cows, hogs, and poultry, which multiplied greatly. Lastly, the execution done among the Indians had rendered the little colony somewhat more secure, when a new misfortune succeeded all the preceding. The Sieur de La Salle had ordered the captain of the frigate to sound the bay carefully as he advanced, and to recall all his men on board at nightfall. But this captain, and 6 of his strongest, stoutest, and ablest men, charmed with the agreeableness of the season and the beauty of the country, left their canoe and arms on the sand at low water, and advanced a gunshot on the plain to be dry. Here they fell asleep, and an Indian party, espying them, surprised them, aided by their sleep and the darkness, massacred them cruelly, and destroyed their arms and canoe. this tragical adventure produced the greatest consternation in the camp. After rendering the last honours to the murdered men, the Sieur de la Salle, leaving provisions for 6 months, set out with 20 men and his brother, the Sieur Cavelier, to seek the mouth of the river Mississippi by land. The bay, which he discovered to be in latitude 27 degrees 45 minutes north, is the outlet of a great number of rivers, none of which, however, seemed large enough to be an arm of the river Colbert. The Sieur de la Salle explored them in hope that a part of these rivers was formed further up by one of the branches of the said river, or at least that by traversing the country to some distance he would make out the course of the Mississippi. He was longer absent than he had expected, being compelled to make rafts to cross the rivers and to entrench himself every night to protect himself against attacks. The continual rains, too, formed ravines and destroyed the roads. At last, on the 13th of February, 1686, he thought that he had found the river. He fortified himself there, left a part of his men, and with 9 others continued to explore a most beautiful country, traversing a number of villages and nations who treated him very kindly. At last, returning to find his people, he arrived at the general camp on the 31st of May, charmed with the beauty and fertility of the fields, the incredible quantity of game of every kind, and the numerous tribes he had met on the way. The Almighty was preparing him a still more sensible trial than the preceding, in the loss of the frigate, his only remaining vessel, in which he hoped to coast along and then pass to St. Domingo, to send news to France and obtain new succour. This sad accident happened from want of precaution on the part of the pilot. All the goods were lost irrecoverably. The vessel struck on the shore, the sailors were drowned, the Sieur de Chefdeville, the captain, and 4 others, with difficulty, escaped in a canoe which they found almost miraculously on the shore. They lost 36 barrels of flour, a quantity of wine, the trunks, clothes, linen, equipage, and most of the tools. We leave the reader to imagine the grief and affliction felt by the Sieur de la Salle at an accident which completely ruined all his measures. His great courage, even, could not have borne him up, had not God aided his virtue by the help of extraordinary grace. All these measures being thus disconcerted, and his affairs brought to extremes, he resolved to try to reach Canada by land. He returned some time after, and undertook a second, in which he lost his life by the cruelty of his men, some of whom, remaining faithful, continued their route and reached France, among the rest Father Anastasius Douay. Although the detail of his remarks was lost in his many wrecks, the following is an abridgment of what he could gather from them, with which perhaps the reader will be better pleased than if I gave it in my own style. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 1. Narrative of La Salle's attempt to ascend the Mississippi in 1687. By Father Anastasius Douay, Recollect. Footnote. Of Father Anastasius Douay we know little. Hennepin makes him a native of Conoy, in Hainsault. He had never been in America before, but after being connected with La Salle's expedition from 1684 to 1688, he reached France, as we shall see, in safety. He was, says Hennepin, vicar of the Recollects of Cambrai in 1697. Certain it is that he subsequently revisited America in 1699 with Iberville, but we can trace him no further. A man of observation and ability, he seems to have been quite sweeping in his charges, as we shall observe in the course of his narrative. The only point against him besides this, which was an excess of party feeling, was his share in the deception practiced on Tonty. End of footnote. The Sieur de la Salle, seeing no other resource for his affairs but to go by land to the Illinois, to be able to give in France tidings of his disasters, chose 20 of his best men, including Nika, one of our Shawnee Indians, who had constantly attended him from Canada to France, and from France to Mexico. Monsieur Cavalier, the Sieur de Moranger, and I also joined them for this great journey, for which we made no preparation but 4 pounds of powder, and 4 of lead, 2 axes, 2 dozen knives, as many awls, some beads, and 2 kettles. After celebrating the divine mysteries in the chapel of the fort, and invoking together the help of heaven, we set out on the 22nd of April, 1686, in a northeasterly direction. On the 3rd day we perceived in some of the finest plains in the world a number of people, some on foot, others on horseback. These came galloping toward us, booted and spurred, and seated on saddles. They invited us to their town, but as they were 6 leagues to the northwest, out of our route, we thanked them, after learning in conversation that they had intercourse with the Spaniards. Continuing our march the rest of the day, we cabined at night in a little entrenched stockade fort, to be beyond the reach of insult. This we always after practiced with good results. Setting out the next morning, we marched for 2 days through continual prairies to the river which we called Robec, meeting everywhere so prodigious a quantity of cibola, or wild cattle, that the smallest herds seemed to us to contain 200 or 300. We killed 9 or 10 in a moment, and dried a part of the meat so as not to have to stop for 5 or 6 days. A league and a half further we met another and finer river, wider and deeper than the Seine at Paris, skirted by some of the finest trees in the world, set as regularly as though they had been planted by man. Among them were many mulberry and other fruit trees. On one side were prairies, on the other woods. We passed it on rafts, and called it La Maligne. Passing through this beautiful country, its delightful fields, and prairies skirted with vines, fruit trees, and groves, we, a few days after, reached a river which we called Hiens, after a German from Wittenberg, who got so fast in the mud that he could scarcely get out. One of our men, with an axe on his back, swam over to the other side, a second followed at once. They then cut down the largest trees, while others on our side did the same. These trees were cut so as to fall on each side into the river, where meeting, they formed a kind of bridge on which we easily passed. This invention we had recourse to more than 30 times in our journeys, finding it surer than the cajou, which is a kind of raft formed of many pieces and branches tied together, on which we passed over, guiding it by a pole. Here the Sieur de la Salle changed his route from northeast to east, for reasons which he did not tell us, and which we could never discover. After several days' march, in a pretty fine country, crossing ravines on rafts, we entered a much more agreeable and perfectly delightful territory, where we found a very numerous tribe who received us with all possible friendship, even the women coming to embrace our men. They made us sit down on well-made mats, at the upper end, near the chiefs, who presented us the calumet adorned with feathers of every hue, which we had to smoke in turn. They served up to us, among other things, a sagamity, made of a kind of root called tokay or toko. It is a shrub, like a kind of bramble without thorns, and has a very large root, which they wash and dry perfectly, after which it is pounded and reduced to powder in a mortar. The sagamity has a good taste, though astringent. These Indians presented us with some cattle skins, very neatly dressed, to make shoes. We gave them in exchange beads, which they esteem highly. During our stay, the Sieur de la Salle so won them by his manners, and insinuated so much of the glory of our king, telling them that he was greater and higher than the sun, that they were all ravished with astonishment. The Sieur Cavalier and I endeavored here, as everywhere else, to give them some first knowledge of the true God. This nation is called Biscatrongue, but we called them the nation of weepers, and gave their beautiful river the same name, because at our arrival and entrance they all began to weep bitterly for a good quarter of an hour. Cabeza de Vaca, from the same circumstance, gives a similar name to a tribe in that quarter. It is their custom when they see any who come from afar, because it reminds them of their deceased relatives, whom they suppose on a long journey, from which they await their return. These good people, in conclusion, gave us guides, and we passed their river and their periaguas. We crossed 3 or 4 others the following days, without any incident of note, except that our Shawnee, firing at a deer pretty near a large village, so terrified them all by the report that they took to flight. The sieur de la Salle put all under arms to enter the village, which consisted of 300 cabins. We entered the largest, that of the chief, where we found his wife still, unable to fly from old age. The sieur de la Salle made her understand that we came as friends. 3 of her sons, brave warriors, observed at a distance what passed, and seeing us to be friendly, recalled all their people. We treated of peace, and the calumet was danced until evening, when the sieur de la Salle, not trusting them overmuch, went and encamped beyond the canes, so that, if the Indians approached by night, the noise of the canes would prevent our being surprised. This showed his discernment and prudence, for during the night a band of warriors, armed with arrows, approached; but the sieur de la Salle, without leaving his entrenchment, threatened to thunder his guns, and in a word spoke so bold and firmly that he obliged them to draw off. After their retreat the night passed off quietly, and the next day, after reciprocal marks of friendship, apparent at least on the side of the Indians, we pursued our route to 5 or 6 leagues beyond. Here we were agreeably surprised to find a party of Indians come out to meet us, with ears of corn in their hands, and a polished, honest air. They embraced us, inviting us most pressingly to go and visit their villages. The sieur de la Salle, seeing their sincerity, agreed. Among other things, these Indians told us that they knew whites toward the west, a cruel, wicked nation, who depeopled the country around them. These were the Spaniards. We told them that we were at war with that people. When the news of this spread through the village, called that of the Kironas, all vied with each other in welcoming us, pressing us to stay, and go to war with the Spaniards of Mexico. We put them off with fair words, and made a strict alliance with them, promising to return with more numerous troops. Then, after many feasts and presents, they carried us over the river in periaguas. As we constantly held on our way to the east, through beautiful prairies, a misfortune befell us after 3 days' march. Our Indian hunter, Nika, suddenly cried out with all his might, "I am dead!" We ran up and learned that he had been cruelly bitten by a snake. This accident stopped us for several days. We gave him some orvietan, and applied viper's salt on the wound after scarifying it to let out the poison and tainted blood. He was at last saved. Some days after, we had many other alarms. Having reached a large and rapid river, which we were told ran to the sea, and which we called Misfortune River, This river differs from the Maligne, and is supposed to be the Colorado of Texas. We made a raft to cross. The sieur de la Salle and Cavalier, with a part of our people, got on; but scarcely had they got into the current, when by its violence it carried them off with incredible rapidity, so that they disappeared almost instantly. I remained ashore with a part of our men. Our hunter was absent, having been lost for several days. It was a moment of extreme anguish for us all, who despaired of ever again seeing our guardian angel, the sieur de la Salle. God vouchsafed to inspire me constantly with courage, and I cheered up those who remained as well as I could. The whole day was spent in tears and weeping, when at nightfall we saw on the opposite brink La Salle with all his party. We now learned that by an interposition of Providence, The raft had been stopped by a large tree floating in the middle of the river. This gave them a chance to make an effort and get out of the current, which would otherwise have carried them out to sea. One of his men sprang into the water to catch the branch of a tree, and then was unable to get back to the raft. He was a Breton named Rut, but he soon after appeared on our side, having swam ashore. The night was spent in anxiety, thinking how we should find means to pass to the other side to join the sieur de la Salle. We had not eaten all day, but Providence provided for us by letting 2 eaglets fall from a cedar tree. We were 10 at this meal. The next day we had to pass. The sieur de la Salle advised us to make a raft of canes. The sieur Moraget and I, with 3 others, led the way, not without danger, for we went under every moment, and I was obliged to put our breviary in our cowl, because it got wet in the sleeve. The Franciscans were founded at a time when commerce was taking gigantic steps, and men all became inflamed with desires of rapidly acquiring wealth. St. Francis arose to counteract this spirit so fatal to real Christianity in the heart. Example is the easiest mode of teaching, and his poor friars, rejecting the word mine, showed with their whole deportment that contempt of wealth and property which seemed a comment on the words, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." The sieur de la Salle sent 2 men to swim out and help us push the canes on, and they brought us safely in. Those who remained on the other side did not at all like risking it, but they had to do it at last, on our making show of packing up and continuing our march without them. They then crossed at less hazard than we. The whole troop except the hunter being now assembled, we for 2 days traversed a thick cane brake, the sieur de la Salle cutting his way with 2 axes, and the others in like manner to break the canes. At last, on the 3rd day, our hunter Nika came in loaded with 3 dried deer, and another just killed. The sieur de la Salle ordered a discharge of several guns to show our joy. Still marching east, we entered countries still finer than those we had passed, and found tribes that had nothing barbarous but the name. Among others, we met a very honest Indian returning from the chase with his wife and family. He presented the sieur de la Salle with one of his horses and some meat, invited him and all his party to his cabin, and to induce us, left his wife, family, and game, as a pledge, while he hastened to the village to announce our coming. Our hunter and a servant of the sieur de la Salle accompanied him, so that 2 days after they returned to us with 2 horses loaded with provisions, and several chiefs followed by warriors very neatly attired in dressed skins adorned with feathers. They came on bearing the calumet ceremoniously, and met us 3 leagues from the village. The sieur de la Salle was received as if in triumph, and lodged in the great chief's cabin. There was a great concourse of people, the young men being drawn out and in arms, relieving one another night and day, and besides loading us with presents and all kinds of provisions. Nevertheless, the sieur de la Salle, fearing lest some of his party might go after the women, encamped 3 leagues from the village. Here we remained 3 or 4 days, and bought horses and all that were needed. This village, that of the Coenis, is one of the largest and most populous that I have seen in America. It is at least 20 leagues long, not that it is constantly inhabited, but in hamlets of 10 or 12 cabins, forming cantons, each with a different name. Their cabins are fine, 40 or 50 feet high, of the shape of beehives. Trees are planted in the ground, and united above by the branches, which are covered with grass. The beds are ranged around the cabin 3 or 4 feet from the ground. The fire is in the middle, each cabin holding 2 families. We found among the Coenis many things which undoubtedly came from the Spaniards, such as dollars and other pieces of money, silver spoons, lace of every kind, clothes, and horses. We saw, among other things, a bull from Rome, exempting the Spaniards in Mexico from fasting during summer. Horses are common. They gave them to us for an axe. One Coenis offered me one for our cowl, to which he took a fancy. They have intercourse with the Spaniards through the Chaumans, their allies, who are always at war with New Spain. The Sieur de la Salle made them draw on bark a map of their country, of that of their neighbors, and of the river Colbert, or Mississippi, with which they are acquainted. They reckoned themselves 6 days' journey from the Spaniards, of whom they gave us so natural a description, that we no longer had any doubts on the point, although the Spaniards had not yet undertaken to come to their villages, their warriors merely joining the Choamans to go to war on New Mexico. The Sieur de la Salle, who perfectly understood the art of gaining the Indians of all nations, filled these with admiration at every moment. Among other things he told them, that the chief of the French was the greatest chief in the world, as high as the sun, and as far above the Spaniard as the sun is above the earth. On his recounting the victories of our monarch, they burst into exclamations, putting their hand on their mouth as a mark of astonishment. I found them very docile and tractable, and they seized well enough what we told them of the truth of a God. There were then some Choamans' ambassadors among them, who came to visit us. I was greatly surprised to see them make the sign of the cross, kneel, clasp their hands, raise them from time to time to heaven. They also kissed my habit, and gave me to understand that men dressed like us instructed tribes in their vicinity, who were only 2 days' march from the Spaniards, where our religions had large churches, in which all assembled to pray. They expressed very naturally the ceremonies of Mass. One of them sketched me a painting that he had seen of a great lady, who was weeping because her son was upon a cross. He told us that the Spaniards butchered the Indians cruelly, and finally that if we would go with them, or give them guns, they could easily conquer them, because they were a cowardly race, who had no courage, and made people walk before them with a fan to refresh them in hot weather. After remaining here 4 or 5 days to recruit, we pursued our route through the Nassonis, crossing a large river which intersects the great Coenis village. These 2 nations are allies, and have nearly the same character and customs. 4 or 5 leagues from there, we had the mortification to see that 4 of our men had deserted under cover of night, and retired to the Nassonis; and to complete our chagrin, the Sieur de la Salle and his nephew, the Sieur de Moranger, were attacked with a violent fever, which brought them to extremity. Their illness was long, and obliged us to make a long stay at this place, for when the fever, after frequent relapses, left them at last, they required a long time to recover entirely. The length of this sickness disconcerted all our measures, and was eventually the cause of the last misfortunes which befell us. It kept us back more than 2 months, during which we had to live as we could. Our powder began to run out. We had not advanced more than 150 leagues in a straight line, and some of our people had deserted. In so distressing a crisis, the Sieur de la Salle resolved to retrace his steps to Fort Louis. All agreed, and we straightway resumed our route, during which nothing happened worth note; but that, as we repassed the Maligne, one of our men was carried off with his raft by a crocodile of prodigious length and bulk. After a good month's march, in which our horses did us good service, we reached the camp on the 17th of October, in the same year, 1686, where we were welcomed with all imaginable cordiality; but, after all, with feelings tinged alike with joy and sadness, as each related the tragical adventures which had befallen both since we had parted. Section 25 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 2, Narrative of La Salle's Attempt to Ascend the Mississippi in 1687. It would be difficult to find in history courage more intrepid or more invincible than that of the Sieur de La Salle. In adversity he was never cast down, and always hoped with the help of Heaven to succeed in his enterprises, despite all the obstacles that rose against it. He remained 2 months and a half at St. Louis Bay, and we visited together all the rivers which empty into it. To my own knowledge, I am sure that there are more than 50, all navigable, coming from the west and northwest. The place where the fort stands is somewhat sandy. Everywhere else the ground is good. On every side we saw prairies in which the grass is, at all seasons of the year, higher than wheat with us. Every 2 or 3 leagues is a river skirted with oaks, thorn, mulberry, and other trees. This kind of country is uniform till within 2 days' march of the Spaniards. The fort is built on a little eminence which runs north and south. It has the sea on the southwest, vast prairies to the west, and on the southwest 2 small lakes and woods a league in circuit. A river flows at its foot. The neighboring nations are the Quoakee, who raise Indian corn and have horses cheap, the Bahamos, and the Quinettes, wandering tribes with whom we are at war. During this time the Sieur de La Salle forgot nothing to console his little infant colony, in which the families began to increase by births. He advanced greatly the clearing of land, and the erection of buildings, the Sieur de Chevdeville, priest, the Sieur Cavelier, and the 3 Recollects laboring in concert for the edification of the French, and of some Indian families who withdrew from the neighboring nations to join us. During all this time the Sieur de La Salle did his utmost to render the Indians less hostile, peace with them being of the utmost consequence for the establishment of the colony. At last Monsieur de La Salle resolved to resume his Illinois voyage, so necessary for his plans. He made an address full of eloquence, with that engaging way so natural to him. The whole colony was present, and were almost moved to tears, persuaded of the necessity of his voyage, and the uprightness of his intentions. Would to God that all had persevered in these sentiments! He completed the fortification of a great enclosure, encircling all the habitations and the fort, after which he chose 20 men, the Sieur Cavelier, his brother, the Sieurs Moranger and Cavelier, his nephews, with the Sieur Joutel, pilot, and myself. Joutel was not in the previous excursion of the Cenis, of which the missionaries is the only account. After public prayers, we set out on the 7th of January, 1687. The fate of the party left in the fort is involved in some obscurity. It is certain that they were killed by the Indians. The period of this disaster seems to have been some time after La Salle's departure. The Spanish account of the fate of La Salle's colony in Texas, from the Ensayo Cronologico de Barcia, page 294, is as follows. In the month of January, 1689, Don Alonso de Leon set out from the province of Coahuila, with some horses, marching north of the sea, crossing great mountains, and the river which runs near Valladolid, and those of Ceneda, Nazas, Salinas, the river Florido, and others, to Caoville, a Spanish town in New Mexico, which is also called Calhuila. He then turned to his right, and crossing the Rio Bravo, which is also called Del Norte, or Rio Verde, and rises in the Lake of the Canibas, below Fort St. John, he entered the province of the Quelanhubeches and Bahamos Indians, and in the interior of the country came in his opinion to the bay called St. Bernard's. It had many estuaries, and several large rivers flowed into it. The French called it St. Louis Bay. He arrived at the fort which Robert de la Salle had built with palisades and shipped timbers. He reconnoitred it, and found nothing there but the dead bodies of some foreigners, inside and outside the fort, killed by arrows and blows, and 18 iron cannon on navy gun carriages. The destruction he witnessed excited his greatest compassion, and, as the novelty of Don Alonso's squadron had congregated many Indians, he asked them the motive of that deed, but the Indians, who had perpetrated it, pretended not to understand his signs, and showed by others that, if any one knew the whole matter, it would be 5 companions of the deceased, who were sick in the province of the Tejas, 100 leagues distant, that they would go and inform them, and although Don Alonso ascertained that the Indians of the neighborhood had conspired and put to death all the French, reserving only 2 children, burning the powder, destroying the arms, and carrying off all they could, and then celebrating the victory in all their towns with great feastings and dances, they constantly denied having had any hand in the slaughter. Such was the end of Fort St. Louis, which cost the unhappy Robert de la Salle so much toil and anxiety. Don Alonso could not then ascertain whether there had been any motive for this cruelty, beyond the hatred of the Indians, or whether the French had given any cause, nor did he deem it prudent to examine the Indians more closely, as he saw by their looks that, were he not accompanied by so well appointed and well armed a body of cavalry, prepared to meet them, they would have closed the tragedy with the Spaniards. At the close of May, Tonty knew it, being then 1 day's march from the Palaquizones. He states that the French of Fort St. Louis, being unable to keep together, had either mixed with the Indians or started for French posts, and that, without examining further, he returned to Illinois. In order to deliver the 5 Frenchmen who were among the Tejas, Don Alonso accepted the proposal made to inform them. He accordingly wrote to them in French, by means of an interpreter, telling them, with many kind expressions, that, having heard of the shipwreck, and peril of their companions, he had come by order of the Viceroy of New Spain to deliver them from the slavery of those savages and save their lives; that he regretted extremely his having known the misfortune of their companions so late as to have been unable to come more speedily and prevent the murders which the Indians had perpetrated on them; that if they chose to come to him, he would free them and treat them as became a Christian and a gentleman. 4 Indians carried this letter, and during the few days that it took them to return, Don Alonso ordered the French to be buried. This the Spaniards did, weeping over this catastrophe and misfortune, and praying most earnestly for the salvation of their souls. This shows how ill-informed he was who edited Joutel's account of La Salle's voyage, when he says, at the end, that when La Salle's death was known by the Spaniards, they sent a party who carried off the garrison of Fort St. Louis, and then put them to death, thus defrauding Don Alonso and his soldiers of the meed their piety deserved, by so ungrateful and notorious a falsehood. The Indians arrived, with letter, in the province where the 5 Frenchmen were. When they had read it, their opinions as to it were divided. 3 said that they could not believe that the Indians had killed their companions and destroyed the fort, that it must have been the Spaniards, who now called them to do the same with them. For why, they added, can we expect a better fate, did we come into this country to do them any good? If they do not treat us as usurpers of territories they have occupied this many years, for having come now, without any ground, to despoil them and excite the Indians, by peace and war against them, endeavoring to make them out horrible and abominable, by pretending cruelties, inventing tyrannies, and describing slaughters that never took place, at least they will treat us as robbers and pirates. James Groyer and John l'Archevêque of Bordeaux endeavored to moderate their comrades' fears, saying that, if the Spaniards had killed the French, the Indians of the country put to flight will relate the story, and will not confirm the bearers of this letter and its contents; that they did not, and could not have anything to do with usurpation of countries, nor piracies, as a body of soldiers coming with their officers would always go where their king sends them, and that the greatest evil would be that they would be sent prisoners to Mexico. And how much better, said they, live among Christians, even as slaves, than among these savages, exposed to the whim of their cruelty, and risking or abandoning their salvation. If we were to invite the Spaniards, and they came under assurance of life, would we butcher them without their giving fresh cause for their destruction? No. Why then should we presume that their feelings will be unlike ours? Finding, however, that the more they argued, the more obstinate the others became, Groyer and l'Archevêque came with the 4 Indians without any suspicion. They all reached Don Alonso, who ordered the Indians to be rewarded for their diligence, and the 2 Frenchmen to be supplied with necessary food and clothing. Following his instructions, he questioned them on different points, and taking them into his company, returned to Coahuila by May without meeting any accident on the way. He informed the Viceroy of all that he had seen, observed, or discovered, and sent him Groyer and l'Archevêque, directing those who conducted them to treat them well. They arrived and delivered the Viceroy the letters of Don Alonso. Before interrogating the Frenchmen at all, he summoned Don Andrés de Pez, as a person so well informed in the matter, and then, in the presence of both the Frenchmen, stated La Salle's voyage in search of the mouth of the river Mississippi, his landing in St. Bernard's Bay, the building of the fort, the reason of their being among the Tejas, and other matters. By the letters and statements made by Don Alonso, and the information elsewhere acquired, they saw the great injury to be done to New Spain by this project of the French, already, though unsuccessfully, attempted. The Viceroy asked Don Andrés de Pez to go to Spain, to represent the danger, and the great advantage of fortifying Pensacola. Don Andrés, having obtained the necessary instructions, set out with the 2 Frenchmen, and embarking at Vera Cruz, reached Cadiz safely on the 9th of December. The very first day we met an army of Bahamos going to war with the Aragoana. The Sieur de la Salle made an alliance with them. He wished also to treat with the Quinettes, who fled at our approach, but having overtaken them by means of our horses, we treated them so kindly that they promised an inviolable peace. The 4th day, 3 leagues further to the northeast, we came to the first Cane River. Our route lay through prairies, with scattered groves. The soil is so good that the grass grows 10 or 12 feet high. There are on this river many populous villages. We visited only the Quaras and the Anachoremas. In the same direction, 3 leagues further, we came to the 2nd Cane River, inhabited by different tribes. Here we found fields of hemp. 5 leagues further we passed the Sandy River, so called from the sandy strip along it, though all the rest is good land and vast prairies. We marched 7 or 8 leagues to the Robec River, passing through prairies and over 3 or 4 rivers a league from one another. Robec River has many populous villages, where the people have a language so guttural that it would require a long time to form ourselves to it. They are at war with the Spaniards, and pressed us earnestly to join their warriors. But there was no hope of keeping us. We stayed, however, 5 or 6 days with them, endeavoring to gain them by presents and Christian instruction, a thing they do not get from the Spaniards. Continuing our route, we crossed great prairies to the Maligne. This deep river, where one of our men had been devoured by a crocodile, comes from a great distance, and is inhabited by 40 populous villages, which compose a nation called the Quanoatino. They make war on the Spaniards, and lord it over the neighboring tribes. We visited some of these villages. Jotel says they merely heard of the Canobatino, and calls them afterwards enemies of the Cenis. They are a good people, but always savage, the cruelty of the Spaniards rendering them still more fierce. As they found us of a more tractable nature, they were charmed with our nation, but after these mutual presents we had to part. They gave us horses cheap, and carried us over their river in hide canoes. In the same direction, after 4 leagues of similar land, extremely fertile, we crossed Hyans River on rafts. Then turning north-northeast, we had to cross a number of little rivers and ravines, navigable in winter and spring. The land is diversified with prairies, hills, and numerous springs. Here we found 3 large villages, the Taraha, Tayacapan, and Pelona, who have horses. Some leagues further on, we came to the Palaqueson, composed of 10 villages, allies of the Spaniards. According to Joutel, Palaquechon was an Indian, whose tribe were allies of the Sanese, and who knew the Chaumans, the friends of the Spaniards. After having passed these nations, the most disheartening of all our misfortunes overtook us. It was the murder of Monsieur de la Salle, of the Sieur de Moranger, and of some others. Our prudent commander, finding himself in a country full of game, after all the party had recruited and lived for several days on every kind of good meat, sent the Sieur Moranger, his lackey Saget, and 7 or 8 of his people, to a place where our hunter, the Shawnee Nika, had left a quantity of buffalo meat, bouffe, to dry, so as not to be obliged to stop so often to hunt. The wisdom of Monsieur de la Salle had not been able to foresee the plot which some of his people would make to slay his nephew, as they suddenly resolved to do, and actually did on the 17th of March, by a blow of an axe, dealt by one whom charity does not permit me to name, Liotot. They also killed the valet of the Sieur de la Salle, and the Indian Nika, who, at the risk of his life, had supported them for more than 3 years. The Sieur de Moranger lingered for about 2 hours, giving every mark of a death precious in the sight of God, pardoning his murderers, and embracing them, and making acts of sorrow and contrition, as they themselves assured us, after they recovered from their unhappy blindness. He was a perfectly honest man, and a good Christian, confessing every week or fortnight on our march. I have every reason to hope that God has shown him mercy. The wretches resolved not to stop here, and not satisfied with this murder, formed a design of attempting their commander's life, as they had reason to fear his resentment and chastisement. We were full 2 leagues off. The Sieur de la Salle, troubled at the delay of the Sieur de Moranger and his people, from whom he had been separated now for 2 or 3 days, began to fear that they had been surprised by the Indians. Asking me to accompany him, he took 2 Indians and set out. All the way he conversed with me of matters of piety, grace, and predestination, expatiating on all his obligations to God for having saved him from so many dangers during the last 20 years that he traversed America. He seemed to me peculiarly penetrated with a sense of God's benefits to him. Suddenly I saw him plunged into a deep melancholy, for which he himself could not account. He was so troubled that I did not know him any longer. As this state was far from being usual, I roused him from his lethargy. 2 leagues after, we found the bloody cravat of his lackey. He perceived 2 eagles flying over his head, and at the same time discovered some of his people on the edge of the river, which he approached, asking them what had become of his nephew. They answered us in broken words, showing us where we should find him. We proceeded some steps along the bank to the fatal spot where 2 of these murderers were hidden in the grass, one on each side with guns cocked. One missed Monsieur de la Salle, the one firing at the same time shot him in the head. He died an hour after, on the 19th of March, 1687. I expected the same fate, but this danger did not occupy my thoughts. Penetrated with grief at so cruel a spectacle, I saw him fall a step from me, with his face all full of blood. I watered it with my tears, exhorting him to the best of my power to die well. He had confessed and fulfilled his devotions just before we started. He had still time to recapitulate a part of his life, and I gave him absolution. During his last moments he elicited all the acts of a good Christian, grasping my hand at every word I suggested, and especially at that of pardoning his enemies. Meanwhile his murderers, as much alarmed as I, began to strike their breasts and detest their blindness. I could not leave the spot when he had expired without having buried him as well as I could, after which I raised a cross over his grave. Thus died our wise commander, constant in adversity, intrepid, generous, engaging, dexterous, skillful, capable of everything. He who for 20 years had softened the fierce temper of countless savage tribes, was massacred by the hands of his own domestics, whom he had loaded with carcasses. He died in the prime of life, in the midst of his course and labors, without having seen their success. Occupied with these thoughts, which he had himself 1,000 times suggested to us, while relating the events of the new discoveries, I unceasingly adored the inscrutable designs of God in this conduct of his providence, uncertain still what fate he reserved for us, as our desperadoes plotted nothing less than our destruction. We at last entered the place where Monsieur Cavelier was. The assassins entered the cabin unceremoniously, and seized all that was there. I had arrived a moment before them. I had no need to speak, for as soon as he beheld my countenance all bathed in tears, the Sieur Cavelier exclaimed aloud, "Ah, my poor brother is dead!" This holy ecclesiastic, whose virtue has been so often tried in the apostolic labors of Canada, fell at once on his knees. His nephew, the Sieur Cavelier, myself, and some others did the same, to prepare to die the same death, but the wretches, touched by some sentiments of compassion at the sight of the venerable old man, and besides half penitent for the murders they had committed, resolved to spare us, on condition that we should never return to France. But as they were still undecided, and many of them wished to return home, we heard them often say that they must get rid of us, that otherwise we would accuse them before the tribunals if we once had them in the kingdom. They elected as chief the murderer of the Sieur de la Salle, Du Haut, and at last, after many deliberations, resolved to push on to that famous nation of the Coenis. Accordingly, after marching together for several days, crossing rivers and rivers, everywhere treated by these wretches as servants, having nothing but what they left, we reached the tribe without accident. Meanwhile, the justice of God accomplished the punishment of these men, in default of human justice. Jealousy and desire of command arose between Hiens and the Sieur de la Salle's murderer. Each one of the guilty band sided on one side or the other. We had passed the Coenis, after some stay there, and were already at the Nasonnis, where the 4 deserters, whom I mentioned in the first expedition, rejoined us. On the eve of Ascension, seeing all together, and our wretches resolved to kill each other, I made them an exhortation on the festival, at which they seemed affected, and resolved to confess. But this did not last. Those who most regretted the murder of their commander and leader had sided with Hiens, who, seizing his opportunity 2 days after, sought to punish crime by crime. In our presence he shot the murderer of La Salle through the heart with a pistol. He died on the spot, unshriven, unable even to utter the names of Jesus and Mary. Another who was with Hiens shot the murderer of the Sieur de Moranger, Liotot, in the side with a musket ball. He had time to confess, after which a Frenchman fired a blank cartridge at his head. His hair, and then his shirt and clothes, took fire and wrapped him in flames, and in this torment he expired. The third author of the plot and murder fled. Hiens wished to make way with him, and thus completely avenge the death of the sieur de la Salle, but the sieur Joutel conciliated them, and it stopped there. This was l'Archevêque. With Groyer, who had deserted from La Salle on his first excursion, he surrendered to a Spanish party under Don Alonso de Leon. See extract from the Ensayo Chronologico. By this means, Hiens remained chief of the wretched band. We had to return to the Coenis, where they had resolved to settle, not daring to return to France for fear of punishment. A Coenis army was ready to march against the Canoatino, a hostile tribe, cruel to their enemies, whom they boil alive. The Coenis took our Frenchmen with them, after which Hiens pressed us strongly to remain with them, but we would not consent. 6 of us, all French, accordingly set out from the Coenis, among whom were the sieurs Cavalier, uncle and nephew, and the sieur Joutel. They gave us each a horse, powder, and lead, and some goods to pay our way. We stopped at the Nassonis to celebrate the octave of Corpus Christi. They spoke to us daily of the cruelty of the Spaniards to the Americans, and told us that 20 Indian nations were going to war against the Spaniards, inviting us to join them, as we would do more with our guns than all their braves with their war clubs and arrows. But we had very different designs. We only took occasion to tell them that we came on behalf of God to instruct them in the truth, and save their souls. In this we spent 10 or 12 days, till the 3rd of June, the feast of St. Anthony of Padua, whom the sieur de la Salle had taken as patron of his enterprise. End of section 25. Section 26 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 3, Narrative of La Salle's Attempt to Ascend the Mississippi in 1687. Having received 2 Indians to guide us, we continued our way north-northeast through the finest country in the world. We passed 4 large rivers and many ravines, inhabited by many different nations. We reconnoitred the Haki on the east, the Nabiri and Naansi, all numerous tribes at war with the Coenis, and at last, on the 23rd of June, we approached the Cadodachos. These were, doubtless, the Caddoes, a tribe which is not yet extinct. According to Joutel, the tribe consisted of 4 allied villages, Assini, Nathosos, Nachitos, and Cadodaccio. Tonti describes them as forming 3 villages, Cadodaccia, Nakatoch, and Nasoni, all on the Red River and speaking the same language. 2 of these tribes, the Nassoi and Nakatoch, bear a strong resemblance to the tribes found by Muscoso, the successor of De Soto, in the same vicinity, called by Bidema Nyasone, and by the gentlemen of Elvas, Nisione and Nakiscosa, while the Dayeso, as their river is called, is not incompatible with Cadodaccio. One of our Indians went on to announce our coming. The chiefs and youth, whom we met a league from the village, received us with the calumet, which they gave us to smoke. Some led our horses by the bridle, others, as it were, carried us in triumph, taking us for spirits and people of another world. All the village being assembled, the women, as is their wont, washed our head and feet with warm water, and then placed us on a platform covered with a very neat white mat. Then followed banquets, calumet dances, and other public rejoicings, day and night. The people knew the Europeans only by report. Like other tribes through which we had passed, they have some very confused ideas of religion and adore the sun. Their gala dresses bear 2 painted suns. On the rest of the body are representations of buffalo, stags, serpents, and other animals. This afforded us an opportunity to give them some lessons on the knowledge of the true God, and on our principal mysteries. At this place it pleased God to traverse us by a tragical accident. The sieur de Marne, in spite of all that we could say, went to bathe on the evening of the 24th, the younger sieur Cavalier accompanied him to the riverside, quite near the village. De Marne sprang into the water, and instantly disappeared. It was an abyss, where he was in a moment swallowed up. A few hours after, his body was recovered and brought to the chief's cabin. All the village mourned his death with all ceremony. The chief's wife herself neatly wound him in a beautiful cloth, while the young men dug the grave, which I blessed the next day, when we buried him with all possible solemnity. The Indians admired our ceremonies, from which we took occasion to give them some instruction during the week that we remained in this fatal place. Our friend was interred on an eminence near the village, and his tomb surrounded by a palisade, surmounted by a large cross, which we got the Indians to raise, after which we started on the 2nd of July. This tribe is on the banks of a large river, on which lie 3 more famous nations, the Natchez, the Natchites, the Ouidiches, where we were very hospitably received. From the Coenee River, where we began to find beaver and otter, they became very plentiful as we advanced. At the Ouidiches we met 3 warriors of 2 tribes, called the Cahinio and the Mentous, 25 leagues further east-northeast, who had seen Frenchmen. They offered to guide us there, and on our way we passed 4 rivers on rafts. We were received with the calumet of peace, and every mark of joy and esteem. Many of these Indians spoke to us of a great captain, who had only 1 arm, this was Monsieur de Tonty, whom they had seen, and who told them that a greater captain than he would pass through their village. This was Monsieur de la Salle. The chief lodged us in his cabin, from which he made his family retire. We were here regaled for several days on every kind of meat. There was even a public feast, where the calumet was danced for 24 hours, with songs made for the occasion, which the chief intoned with all his might, treating us as people of the sun, who came to defend them from their enemies by the noise of our thunder. Amidst these rejoicings the younger Cavalier fired his pistol 3 times, crying, "Vive le Roi!" which the Indians repeated loudly, adding, "Vive le Soleil!" These Indians have prodigious quantities of beaver and otter skins, which could be easily transported by a river near the village. They wished to load our horses with them, but we refused, to show our disinterestedness. We made them presents of axes and knives, and set out with 2 Cahinio to act as guides, after having received embassies from the Analao and Tanico and other tribes to the northwest and southeast. It was delightful to traverse for several days the finest country, intersected by many rivers, prairies, little woods, and vine-clad hills. Among others, we passed 4 large navigable rivers, and at last, after a march of about 60 leagues, we reached the Assoteoe, who dwell on a great river which comes from the northwest, skirted by the finest woods in the world. Beaver and otter skins, and all kinds of peltries, are so abundant there, that being of no value, they burn them in heaps. This is the famous river of the Achansa, who here form several villages. At this point we began to know where we were, and finding a large cross, bearing below the royal arms, with a French-looking house, our people discharged their guns. 2 Frenchmen at once came forth, and the one in command, by name Couture, told us that the sieur de Tonty had stationed them there to serve as an intermediate station to the sieur de la Salle, to maintain the alliance with those tribes, and to shield them against attacks by the Iroquois. We visited 3 of these villages, the Toramins, the Doginga, and the Kappa. Everywhere we had feasts, harangues, calumet dances, with every mark of joy. We lodged at the French house, where the two gentlemen treated us with all desirable hospitality, putting all at our disposal. Whenever any affairs were to be decided among these nations, they never give their resolution on the spot. They assemble the chiefs and old men, and deliberate on the point in question. We had asked a periagua and Indians to ascend the river Colbert, and thence to push on to the Illinois by the river Seignelay, offering to leave them our horses, powder, and lead. When the council was held, it was said that they would grant us the periagua and 4 Indians to be selected, one from each tribe, in token of a more strict alliance. This was faithfully executed, so that we dismissed our Cahinio with presents, which perfectly satisfied them. At last, after some time's stay, we embarked on the 1st of August, 1687, on the river Colbert, which we crossed the same day in our periagua 40 feet long. But as the current is strong, we all landed to make the rest of our journey on foot, having left our horses and equipage at the Akansa. There remained in the canoe only the Sieur Cavelier, whose age, joined to the hardships he had already undergone on the way, did not permit him to accomplish on foot the rest of our course, at least 400 leagues, to the Illinois. One Indian was in the canoe to perch it along, one of his comrades relieving him from time to time. As for the rest of us, we used the periagua only when necessary to cross some dangerous passages or rivers. All this was not without much suffering, for the excessive heat of the season, the burning sand, the broiling sun, heightened by a want of provisions for several days, gave us enough to endure. We had already travelled 250 leagues across the country from St. Louis Bay, that is, 100 leagues to the Coenis, 60 north-northeast, the last 40 east-northeast, from the Coenis to the Nassonis, 25 to the east-northeast, from the Nassonis to the Cadodachos, 40 to the north-northeast, from the Cadodachos to the Cabinio and Mentous, 25 to the east-northeast, from the Cahinio to the Akansa, 60 to the east-northeast. We then continued our route, ascending the river through the same places which the Sieur de la Salle had previously passed when he made his first discovery, of which I have heard him frequently speak, except that we went to the Sicacha, where he had not been. The principal village is 25 leagues east of the Akansa. This nation is very numerous. They count at least 4,000 warriors, have an abundance of every kind of peltry. The chiefs came several times to offer us the calumet, wishing to form an alliance with the French and put themselves under their protection, offering even to come and dwell on the river Ouabache, Ohio, to be nearer to us. This famous river is full as large as the river Colbert, receiving a quantity of others by which you can enter it. The mouth, where it empties into the river Colbert, is 200 leagues from the Akansa, according to the estimate of the Sieur de la Salle, as he often told me, or 250, according to the Monsieur de Tonty and those who accompanied him in his second voyage to the sea, not that it is that distance in a straight line across the prairies, but following the river, which makes great turns, and winds a great deal, for by land it would not be more than 5 days' good march. We crossed the Ouabache then on the 26th of August, and found it full 60 leagues to the mouth of the river Illinois, still ascending the Colbert. About 6 leagues above this mouth, there is on the northwest the famous river of the Massourites, or Osages, at least as large as the river into which it empties. It is formed by a number of other known rivers, everywhere navigable, and inhabited by many populous tribes; as the Panamaha, who had but one chief and 22 villages, the least of which has 200 cabins; the Pancasa, the Pana, the Panaloga, and the Matotantes, each of which separately is not inferior to the Panamaha. They include also the Osages, who have 17 villages on a river of their name, which empties into that of the Massourites, to which the maps have also extended the name of Osages. The Akansas were formerly stationed on the upper part of one of these rivers, but the Iroquois drove them out by cruel wars some years ago, so that they, with some Osage villages, were obliged to drop down and settle on the river which now bears their name, and of which I have spoken. About midway between the river Oiabache and that of the Massourites is Cape St. Anthony. It was to this place only, and not further, that the Sieur Joliet descended in 1673. They were there taken, with their whole party, by the Mansopela. These Indians having told them that they would be killed if they went further, they turned back, not having descended lower than 30 or 40 leagues below the mouth of the Illinois River. I had brought with me the printed book of this pretended discovery, and I remarked all along my route that there was not a word of truth in it. It is said that he went as far as the Akansa, and that he was obliged to return for fear of being taken by the Spaniards. And yet the Akansa assured us that they had never seen any Europeans before Monsieur de la Salle. It is said that they saw painted monsters that the boldest would have difficulty to look at, and that there was something supernatural about them. This frightful monster is a horse painted on a rock with matachia, an old term for paint used by the Indians, and some other wild beasts made by the Indians. It is said that they cannot be reached, and yet I touched them without difficulty. The truth is that the Miamis, pursued by the Matsagamea, having been drowned in the river, the Indians ever since that time present tobacco to these grotesque figures whenever they pass, in order to appease the Manitou. I would not be inclined to think that the Sieur Joliet avowed the printed account of that discovery which is not, in fact, under his name, and was not published until after the first discovery made by the Sieur de la Salle. It would be easy to show that it was printed only on false memoirs, which the author, who had never been on the spot, might have followed in good faith. In this short passage a heavy charge is brought against the narrative of Father Marquette, although it is amusing to see how they all, in denying it, seem to have dreaded to mention his name, as though his injured spirit would have been evoked by the word. As Father Anastasius says expressly that there is not a word of truth in it, we may examine the grounds which he addresses. First, it was not published until after the discovery made by La Salle. This is incorrect. Thevenot published Marquette's journal from a mutilated copy in 1681, and La Salle reached the mouth of the Mississippi only in April 1682, while his discovery was not known in France before January 1683. Second, the Arkansas said that they had never seen any European before La Salle. Making every allowance for the difficulty of conversing with a tribe whose language was utterly unknown to him, and admitting the fact, it remains to show that the Arkansas whom he met were the same as those visited by Marquette. This does not appear to be certain, as they were on different sides of the Mississippi. Third, the painted rock, of which he exaggerates and refutes Marquette's account. Now, though Father Anastasius had the book of the pretended discovery in his hand, he did not read it carefully. Marquette describes a rock above the mouth of the Missouri. Anastasius saw another below the mouth, and halfway between it and the Ohio. As it did not answer Marquette's account, there is not a word of truth in his book. Joutel, whose work appeared only in 1713, avoid this difficulty. Whether conscious of Douay's error, we do not know. From the words of Father Anastasius, I am inclined to think that they never saw Marquette's rock, but deceived by Thevenot's map, which gives a figure and the word Manitou at the place below the Missouri, which Marquette mentions as the demon of the Illinois, mistook it for the painted rock. Here, as Father Anastasius tells, some Indians actually perished, and their countrymen, supposing them engulfed by some demon, propagated the belief in the existence of one there. This worshipping of rapids was common, and several cases are mentioned in the narrative of the time. As to the exaggerations made of Marquette's account, a moment's examination will show that he represented the figures he saw as terrible to superstitious Indians, and so high up on the rock that it was not easy to get up there to paint them. His estimate of the skill displayed is, indeed, too high, but there is nothing, beyond this, strange in his account. Fourth, last of all comes his positive assertion that Marquette and Joliet went only as far as Cape St. Anthony, 30 or 40 leagues below the mouth of the Illinois. For this he gives no authority, but it may be inferred that he found the Mensopolas there, and from his little knowledge of the Indians concluded that being there in 1687, they must have been there in 1673, and consequently that Marquette went no further. Enough, however, is here admitted to convict the author of the Etablissement de la Foi of injustice to Marquette, whom he never names, but who, even by their own statements, descended the Mississippi to the Mansopelas, many years before La Salle's expedition. Yet, in the previous part of the work no mention at all is made of this voyage, and no opportunity passed to treat it as pretended in the accounts of their own. Joutel, whose narrative was published subsequently to this, mentions Father Marquette, and though he saw nothing extraordinary in the painted figures, does not make any of the charges here brought by his companion on the voyage, whom he contradicts directly on 2 other points. End of footnote. At last, on the 5th of September, we arrived at the mouth of the Illinois River, whence they reckon at least 100 leagues to Fort Crevecoeur, the whole route presenting a very easy navigation. A Shawnee named Turpin, having received us from his village, ran on to the fort to carry the news to the Sieur de Bellefontaine, the commander, who would not credit it. We followed close on the Indian, and entered the fort on the 14th of September. We were conducted to the chapel, where the Te Deum was chanted in thanksgiving, amid the noise and volleys of the French and Indians, who were immediately put under arms. The Sieur de Tonty, the governor of the fort, had gone to the Iroquois to conciliate the minds of those Indians. We, nevertheless, received a very cordial welcome, the commandant neglecting nothing to show his joy at our arrival, to console us in our misfortune, and restore us after our hardships. Although the season was advanced, we had, nevertheless, set out in hopes of reaching Quebec soon enough to sail to France. But headwinds having detained us a fortnight at the entrance of Lake Dauphin, we had to give it over and winter at the fort, which we made a mission till the spring of 1688. The Sieur de Tonty arrived there at the beginning of winter with several Frenchmen. This made our stay much more agreeable, as this brave gentleman was always inseparably attached to the interests of the Sieur de la Salle, whose lamentable fate we concealed from him, it being our duty to give the first news to the court. He told us that, at the same time that we were seeking the river Mississippi by sea, he had made a second voyage, descending the river with some French and Indians to the mouth, hoping to find us there; that he remained there a week, visited all the remarkable points, and remarked that there was a very fine port with a beautiful entrance and wide channel, and also places fit for building forts, and not at all inundated as he had supposed, when he descended the first time with the Sieur de la Salle, adding that the lower river is habitable and even inhabited by Indian villages; that ships can ascend the river 100 leagues above the gulf; that, besides the tribes which he had discovered when descending the first time, he had seen several others on the second, as the Piceno, the Osanbogus, the Tangibao, the Otonica, the Mausopelea, the Moisa, and many others which I do not remember. Our conversations together confirmed me in the opinion of the Sieur de la Salle that St. Louis Bay could not be more than 40 or 50 leagues from the mouth of one of the arms of the river Colbert in a straight line, for though we struck that river only at the Akansa, it was because we took the Illinois route across the country, God having led us through these parts to enable us to discover all those tribes which dwell there. I had remarked 110 populous nations on my route, not including a great many others of which I heard in those through which we passed, who knew them either in war or in trade. The greatest part of these tribes are unknown to Europeans. These are the finest and most fertile countries in the world. The soil, which there produces 2 crops of every kind of grain a year, being ready to receive the plough. From time to time there are vast prairies where the grass is 10 or 12 feet high at all seasons. At every little distance there are rivers entering larger ones, everywhere navigable and free from rapids. On these rivers are forests full of every kind of trees, so distributed that you can everywhere ride through on horseback. The chase is so abundant and easy, and especially for wild cattle, that herds of thousands are discovered. There are deer and other animals of the stag kind in numbers, as well as turkeys, bustards, partridges, parrots, rabbits, and hares. Poultry are common there, and produce at all seasons, and swine several times a year, as we observed at the settlement where we left more than 200. The rivers are unusually abundant in all kinds of fish, so much so that we took them at the foot of the fort with our hands, without basket or net. Our people one day took away from the Indians a fish head which was alone a load for a man. No settler arriving in the country will not find at first enough to support plenteously a large family, or will not, in 2 years' time, be more at his ease than in any place in Europe. I have already remarked that horses for every use are there very common, the Indians thinking themselves well paid when they get an axe for a horse. The commerce might be very great there in peltries, tobacco, and cotton. Hemp grows very fine, and as the fields are full of mulberry trees, which also line the rivers, silk might be raised in abundance. Sugar canes would succeed there well, and could be easily got by trade with the West Indies, as the European nations have done in terra firma, where they are neighbors to Louisiana. [Footnote: These observations, from which Cox doubtless took a hint, entitle Father Douay to the credit of pointing out sources of wealth to Louisiana. Cotton and sugar are already staple products, and silk may soon be. The valley of the Mississippi owes the introduction of the sugar cane to the Catholic missionaries, for the Jesuits brought in some plants from which the colony was supplied, after they had shown in their gardens at New Orleans how successfully it could be raised. The same missionaries were also the first to raise wheat in Illinois, and engage others to do so. As one of their lay brothers was the first to work the copper mine of Lake Superior, to make articles for the Church of Sault Ste. Mary's. In the East they deserve no less a place even in commercial history. They not only called the attention of New York to her salt springs, and brought about a commercial intercourse between the French of Canada and the English and Dutch in their colonies, but by showing the identity of our ginseng with that of Tartary, enabled France for some time to carry on a very lucrative trade with China. Besides the great quantity of wool which the cattle of the country are loaded, the vast prairies everywhere afford means of raising flocks of sheep, which produce twice a year. The various accidents that befell us prevented our searching for the treasures of this country. We found lead quite pure, and copper ready to work. The Indians told us that there were rivers where silver mines are found. Others wished to conduct us to a country known to the Spaniards, abounding in gold and silver mines. There are also some villages where the inhabitants have pearls, which they go to seek on the sea coast, and find, they say, in oysters. We found few nations within 150 or 200 leagues of the sea, who were not prejudiced against the Spaniards on account of their great cruelty. These tribes are all populous, and there is one which, in war, would furnish as many as 5,000 men. The shortness of our stay among these tribes gave us no time to lay solid foundations of Christianity, but we remarked good dispositions for the faith. They are docile, charitable, susceptible of good impressions. There is even some government and subordination, savage though it always be. By the help of God, religion might make progress there. The sun is their divinity, and they offer it in sacrifice the best of their chase in the chief's cabin. They pray for half an hour, especially at sunrise. They send him the first whiff of their pipes, and then send one to each of the 4 cardinal points. I left St. Louis Bay on the second voyage to remain among the Coenis and begin a mission there. Here Father Zenobius was to join me, to visit the neighboring tribes while awaiting from France a greater number of gospel laborers, but the melancholy death of the Sieur de la Salle having compelled me to proceed, Father Zenobius no doubt went there to meet me, and is, perhaps, there yet with Father Maximus, le clerc, having left Monsieur de Chevdeville at the mission in the fort, to which he was destined at our departure. There were 9 or 10 French families, and besides several of our people had gone to get and had actually married Indian women to multiply the colony. What has befallen them since I do not know. This, adds le clerc, is a faithful extract of what Father Anastasius could remember of his toilsome voyage. He left the Illinois in the spring of 1688 with Monsieur Cavelier, his nephew, the Sieur Jotel, and an Indian now domiciled near Versailles. They arrived at Quebec on the 27th of July and sailed for France on the 20th of August, where, God enabling them to be still together, after having passed through so many perils, they presented an account of all to the late Marquis of Seignelay. End of section 26. End of the Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA.